And we're going to start off with a shairi. I think every time I think of a poem by Iraka Wambere, I always think of Zain. So I'm hoping Zain will do for us Mchezo wa Karata at one time. I've explained that to my students many times about this famous person who does that poem so well. So I know he's not going to disappoint me. But in the meantime, I welcome one of our students to perform a short poem again by Iraka Wambere.
Mabibi na mabwana, nimekuja kuamba yaliyoambwa na mwamba kitaka Wambere, nami ndimi mwambaji wenu wa leo, Kasena bin Kaingu. Nitaimbia amba hivi kwamba nimalizapo kuamba nitakuwa nimeamba juu ya mamba mwenye kujigamba na wachele yao kuamba katika shamba. Natangaza kwamba huyu mamba ndiye mwamba unoharibu shamba, bali naamba ingawa amejipamba kwa magamba hata shinda kamba ivunjao miamba katika shamba. Tumeshuhudia mamba ambao walijigamba kutogopa wanashamba, hawakushinda kamba ya wanashamba walipoanza kuamba na kuvuta kamba katika shamba. Ukiniona mwamba apendaye kuamba, nitajibu kwamba sitafuti kuamba, bali mamba mwenye kujigamba na wanashamba wagopao kuamba wamenifanya kuamba. Nahitimisha amba nikikariri kwamba ivutwapo kamba ya wanashamba, jahili mamba hata kosa kuamba. Nilikosea kujigamba nikiamba kwamba tayari mimi mamba nimejipamba kwa magamba, uzima wasioamba katika shamba waamwapo kuamba. Asanteni.
Nadhani ameamba mpaka mkaambika. Tunaona zaidi kuna mtu mwenye anakuja kuchukua nafasi yako. But what I'm so happy about this meeting is bringing together the very young ones and those who we can consider veterans. And it's a tradition. That's why we say tradition anyway. Is that we have to pass what we have gained, pass values, pass everything to the ones who are growing up. And I'm happy to have seen faces that I saw when I was a first year here. So you can guess, my students think I'm the oldest person. But today at least you'll experience other people who are older than me. And we have to keep up this tradition of always making sure there's a chain where there's a connection between all generations. So perspectives on theater. And I'm happy that it's happening at the University of Nairobi because this is where many things started. I know some people feel uncomfortable, given those of you who are in KU, but it was still a baby of University of Nairobi, and that's why I'm talking of tradition, where it started and spread all over. Thank you, and welcome to the University of Nairobi. Mwalimu, karibu.
Hamjambo. Kasena, umeamba ya kwamba kulikuwa na mwamba kwenye shamba aliyekuwa anajigamba kwamba anaweza sawa kuamba kwamba anaweza akatamba huku akiamba. It really gives me immense pleasure to be here today because today connects me with people I met many years ago. When Gichi talked about Kenyatta University as a postgraduate college of the University of Nairobi, this is actually the case. Kenyatta University was a postgraduate college of the University of Nairobi, and it is when I met in Newthorpe in 1972. Both of us were young people in 1972, and we used to go to open air theater just outside LLL. And I remember Edwin Newthorpe performing Kongi's Harvest to Waleshoinka in those days. Then much later, of course, as a student at the University of Nairobi in the 80s, we did a number of things in education theater. So coming back to this space is very, very special. So this event is really a partnership between the Department of Literature, Kaweza Communications, and the Creative Economy Working Group. Kaweza Communications, we are in arts, culture, and media. We produce Jahazi, an arts culture and performance journal, which is available online for free. You can just do jahazi.co.ke, and you can read a lot of stuff related to arts and culture. The last issue was on theater in Kenya, and very interesting articles, including by some of your own teachers here and your own colleagues. The Creative Economy Working Group, again, a network of organizations, about 30 organizations in this country, doing immense work to open up space for creativity and the imagination at the policy level. So that's why today is significant, because this conversation will take us back and take us forward. We'll be looking at where we have come from, where we are, and where we are likely to go. So it really is a pleasure. I want to invite, again, two of my closest, colleagues, Dr. Mshai Mangola, to come and ask our sister, Mweni Lundi, and then they'll take it from there. I'm really privileged to be here with you, and it's really nice. Karibu sana Mwalimu. Mwalimu,
good morning, everybody. Oh, I'm louder than all of you combined. Really? And you're theater students and theater practitioners. Hey, we can do better. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hey, now we are talking. It's such a joy to see all of you. Let me just say that despite the University of Nairobi wakigamba hapa, let me confirm that most of the people who are coming up here are KU. But let me also say, and we'll be talking about, I came up in a generation where we were so close as the University of Nairobi Free Traveling Theatre and KU Creative Arts that we not only went for each other's production in ED2, I did not pay. And when they came over, the same thing. And we will go into that history, and you'll hear how even what used to be called the Theatre Workshop Productions came out of that really close relationship. So I hope that part of what we will be doing today, apart from just listening to a lot of people, speaking out, sharing our thoughts, building a community of people who are interested in what it means to be theatre practitioners, who are invested in our history and training and all of that, is that we will be forming relationships with each other across the campuses, across the companies, meeting people whom you never know where you will go to next. So, karibuni, I just wanted to put out that there if I can. And the reason I'm saying that is part of who I am today is I am here because when I was in KU, I had started my theatre early. You know, how many school drama festival veterans are there in that room? That's another part of the history. I then went to KU, like I said, I was doing a lot of coming back and forth over here. And it was through the Free Traveling Theatre and Theatre Workshop Productions that I got to meet some of the people who had preceded me in KU, including one of the persons who I'm going to just invite up shortly. Of, just hanging around each other, watching each other, I got drawn into Theatre Workshop Productions that was growing out of the Free Traveling Theatre. Not this, but next door, ED2 was our home for a long, long time. Opio Muma and Gashigi Makini's office turned into our everything, our props room, our costumes room, everything we hung in. So we were as much at home here as we were elsewhere. And it was through those gatherings that I came to meet somebody whose first name remains a mystery we've been trying to find for many years, those of us who came afterwards. But I was inspired by the fact that when I joined FTT/TWP, there was a woman ahead of me who was in that particular space and who not only took the time to, the usual thing, hang out, do everything, but she began to mentor me. If I am a director today, it is due to her because she kept saying to me, okay, you are a good actor, you know how to direct. And sometimes when you're here, you think it's just about us. It really is about the region, it is about beyond. She was instrumental in setting up what was called the East Africa Theatre Institute. And IATI reached across the region and all the way they had partnerships with Sweden. I could go on and on, but what I'm saying is that it's rare to find, but done it from so many aspects. As an actress, I think the first time, I'm not sure if it is Mumbi Kaigwa or the person I'm going to bring up, I'm not sure which of you, was the first time I had watched a woman do a full-length one-woman play or one-person play and carry it as national production. Between the two of them, whom you'll both hear from, it was one of them. She's a brilliant actor, she's a brilliant director, she's a teacher. She's a brilliant, and now she's been doing a lot of work when we talked about Jahazi and that theater issue, she's the person who was behind there gathering the information, documenting. More lately, we've been together in the same collective, and we've been really interested as a collective in beginning to create the space, not only, but asking how theater moves in different areas, advocacy, activism, performance as we know it, but really crossing genres, crossing boundaries, consistently experimenting. And she has been right in the middle of it. As I said, I could go on and on, but ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, my fellow practitioners, put your hands together and some ululations for Mweni Lundi.
Somebody else.
And she's short.
No, I'm precise. Excuse me. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Aya, sasa. I actually was very serious when I told Shai that when she was talking, I thought she was talking about somebody else, and then it hit me. Zain, something you always said, that we as artists are too modest. We don't talk about ourselves. We don't talk about our achievements. We don't talk about the work that we have made and the impact we have also made in our work. So sometimes it's good to hear you being talked about, but it's more important for you to be able to talk about yourself and the work that you have done. So please, let us be proud of the work that we have done. Let us be proud of the impacts that we have made in this society with the work that we have done. Let us not be shy about it. Asanteni. Aya. I'm going to, I was asked to talk about where all this is coming from. Why do we have this meeting today? Why is it important to have this meeting today? And it's actually been a journey. It started off, I think, Prof. tulipofanya mkutano multi-choice. And what happened was we had an intergenerational conversation. So wasee wakatokelezea, watu wakapiga story. But what happened ilikuwa, we had a meeting that, and I'm sure you were there as well, we had a conversation, I remember. And we talked about film and we talked about theater. But as fate would have it at that time, wale wasee walikuwa wengi hapo hivyo kwa hiyo mkutano ilikuwa wasee wa film. So we ended up talking more about film, and later on I went and whispered to Prof, nikamwambia, hey Prof mazee, niaje? Hapa tumekaa tumeongea juu ya film sana. Pia si watu wa theater tuna need space yetu. Lazima pia tukae tuongee. And so it started from there. And as Prof also mentioned, there was what also happened in another different space, that's on the Jahazi platform. We also said, we've talked about a lot of other art forms. Lakini hatujaongea juu ya theater. See, it's about time we did this. So last year, the issue that we did last year was on theater. And the one thing about Professor Akusema was that Jahazi is not just any journal that talks about arts and culture, but for us we go and work consistently to try and bridge the gap between scholarship and practice. So that even while we talk about the scholarship and the theory and work around theater, in the theory of it, tunajaribu sana to get practitioners to talk about the work they're doing. Eh, mazina ni watu ni wagumu mazee. Kuget mwandike. Ni noma. Naona tu watu wanacheka hapo na wanajijua. Nimetafuta watu kuandika na imekuwa ni noma. Karo cheka sana. Jishtaki. Yeah. So let's use this space to talk about the work that we're doing. And it's important because sometimes we forget. We forget the work that is actually going on the ground and the beautiful work that is going on. So let's talk about it. Let's write about it. Na si lazima tujue kuandika mazeki ninio article moja iko na kizungu mingi. Hapo ndio kazi ya editorial board inaingia. Hapo ndio wanasaidia. So wewe andika, wewe sema ukweli wa mambo, alafu sisi tutasaidia hapo hivyo na hiyo kingoso hiyo kilami inahitajika watu waweze kusoma. Hiyo ndio job yetu as editorial board. So please write, document. This has been one of our biggest problems. So ikopi ya ninio, there it is, hiyo Jahazi. Wale ambao tuliita wakakataa kuandika, msikie hivyo, msikie vibaya huko kwenyu. Apple. So we want you to be able to talk about the work. But be that as it may. So that has been the journey to get us here. So first thing I would like to do, after nishaongea about your safari tumepiga tukafika hapa hivi, I'd like to pay tribute. I'd like to pay tribute to the people who made it possible for us to be here. Paying tribute in terms of the hard work that they have put in, and not just on stage, but beyond stage as well. The hard work that we used to call, it was the blood, sweat, and tears that helped us do the job. Some of those people have transitioned and joined their ancestors. Some of those people are here today, and I want to give thanks. I want to say thank you, because it is on your shoulders that we stand. It is on your shoulders that we're able to do the work that we do today. So thank you. Thank you for the hard work you put in. Thank you for the resistance that you showed in doing work that was not accepted before, that was difficult to do, work that sometimes put you in danger. We give thanks. We give thanks. Asanteni sana for what you have done and for making us have this conversation here today. Asanteni. So today, we'll be looking at many different things. I know we would like to talk about everything that surrounds theater, lakini haitawezekana hiyo. So leo tunagusia tu, tutagusia tu. So one of the things that we'd like to talk about itakuwa historia. Where are we from when it comes to theater? And I think for us that's an important thing because I remember one time going to a theater festival and somebody saying that it was the British that brought theater into Kenya. And I was taken aback. I was thinking, hey, ngoja kidogo, ngoja. Hatukuwa na theater before. But then I thought about it and I realized that in terms of the history that we talk about, that's what we know because we know the National Theater. Wanapundo yuko hapa. The other, we celebrated 60, 70 years of the National, 70 years of the National Theater. And that, when you look at it, in one way they were right. Because we're talking about proscenium theater in a space and etc. And it was done at the National Theater. But when you talk about performance, storytelling is one of the most ancient of art forms. Because it was a way people helped themselves to make meaning of life. Who are we? Where are we from? What is that thing that's shining in the sky? How did this animal come to be? And so on and so forth. So through storytelling, we made meaning of life. And yet, here we are now, with our many different forms of storytelling, still trying to use the same to make meaning of the things that are going on around us, including Zakayo. So we still use this art form, we still use these art forms to help us make meaning in whatever way we do them, to help us understand, to help us make sense, to help us understand the universe, whether it's human relations, whether it's, well, right now the trending thing, everybody wants to do something about mental health, well-being, or climate change, climate justice. There's always will be the trending thing. But at the end of the day, it's to help us make meaning. So we will talk about the history of theater, where it came from, what we are doing, the different forms that there are. And as I said, we will not be able to capture everything in depth, but we are hoping that this will just be the beginning of these conversations. We will also talk about the social, political context within which this work has been happening. Tuko na Nyutho hapa, tatupeleka huko kule kulianzia. Mwalimu ulisema mlikutana huko 70s. Unajua watu wengine wana try to figure out. I don't think they've even written 1970 kwa kitabu. It is just not in their existence. Sasa sijui tukianza kuongea 1960 something kutaendaje. Kule kazi ilianziaga. So we will talk about the social-political context within which this work was happening, because it is important in terms of the impact it had on the work. Actually, this has a lot to do. Ngati uko hapa hivi nakuona. Nyinyi ndio mlisema we are not our ancestors. We will do what to you? We are not our ancestors, but there was a lot of work that was done during Moi's time, and I was trying to explain this to a young lady who's studying political science, and she was taken aback because she was saying, you guys actually did that during Moi's time? You managed to talk about the politics of the day, you managed to talk about oppression, you managed to talk about etc., etc., and they were shocked at that because you said, you just have to find a way. A friend of mine very cynically says, and you know, theater has become boring. This was a few years back. And I said, I think we need to be more oppressed so that we can get more creative. I don't think that's the case anymore. Yes, we are oppressed and we've gotten more creative, even more creative. But it's understanding the socio-political context that we're dealing with or we're living in and how that affects the work that we do. How does that even impact on what play I choose to do? I remember one time as theater workshop, we had a huge blow up because for us as theater workshop productions operating from the Education Theatre 2, we were about politics of the day and what was going on in this country. And somebody comes along and says, we're going to do a play which is a British farce called Boing Boing, which is, somebody is showing, doing it right now. And guys were happy now. They're saying, what are we doing Boing Boing for? Ni, haya, atufanyi. And so, at the end of the day, we actually ended up doing it because we said, we need to raise money to do the work that we want to do. so anyway, so the choice of play actually, the choice of play, how you do it, where you do it, all that is affected by the social and political context that you're operating within. So we will also talk about, which is another area that najua wasanii wengi wapendi kusikia hii story ati tunaongea juu ya policy, tunaongea juu ya legislation, si tufanye tu play. Nini sasa hizi story mobs as we policies nini? But we forget how that impacts the work that we do. Mkianza kutolea unionio zakaya akianza kusema mnatoa ushuru juu ya ninio, sio ni policy na hiyo ni legislation hapo hivyo. So you can't run away from it. Take a good look at the work that you do right from the moment of ideation all the way to when you put up your play on stage or whatever it is you're going to put it up at. Kan mimi nitaenda niko ushago gani naenda kwa marketplace gani kuput up play, lazima niongee na chief kwanza. Yeah? So think about it in terms of how it is important for us to understand the legislation and the policies that we are working under. Zeni yuko hapa hivi na Zeni utazungumza juu ya mambo ya constitution. Culture is a foundation. Culture is a foundation. What does that mean for us? Iko kwa katiba. Do you even know how it got there? Do you know how important that is for us? What does it mean for us in our everyday work? What does it mean for this country? If culture is the foundation of the nation, how is it that culture somewhere along the way, Zakayo alipokam, hiyo story ya culture ikapotelea mahali. Sahizi arts iko ministry ingine, culture ikarudishwa, sijui hata sema kweli mambo sahizi hata sijui iko wapi. Niko confused, nilipotelea mahali. Na kumbuka one time ile nilikumbuka Zakayo alipokam, tuliambiwa imewekwa pamoja na museums huko. So ni Zinjanthropus, Mweni Lundi, tukapotelea mahali huko hivyo. So how are we going to be doing arts? How are you going to be talking about the creative economy if we're not considering them as cultural expressions? They do not exist in a vacuum. So, what makes the art that we're doing different? Who are we as Kenya when we're doing art? How are we different from Niger? How are we different from SA? How are we different? What is it we bring forth if we don't think of who we are as a people? Yeah? So if it's a cultural expression, where is the culture in it? So there's some things we have to stand up for and fight for. So if culture is the foundation of the nation, how is it that we don't talk about culture in all the different ministries, whether it's trade, semi-rote, foreign affairs, hizo zingine zote, because it's at the bottom, it is what anchors us as a people. So, how is it not featured in our discussions at the moment? Hiyo ndio swali kubwa kwangu. So that is about, oh yeah, and this is how, even as we talk about the constitution, we need to talk about what are the I said it's the importance of us knowing the policies that anchor us in the work that we do. Bado tunang'ang'ana, tumejaribu tangu, this is how many years after independence tena, hebu nikumisheni. Ngapi hizo? 60. Bado story ya cultural policy tunang'ang'ana nayo. Huh? Bado tunang'ang'ana nayo 60 years after independence. What is a policy, what is a culture policy that anchors us? Mnajua hata kuna culture policy? Wangapi wanajua kuna culture policy? Apart from the ones who are working on, have been helping do the work around it. These things are important because they anchor our work. They give us voice. They give us the power to push for these things. So when you talk about the film policy, when you talk about the Kenya Cultural Center Act, ambayo bado pia tunang'ang'ana nayo, we need to know where they're based and where they are anchored. I could go on and on, but I'll try not to. So, just to touch on the other things that we'll be looking at today, we will also be looking at the different forms of theater that there are in this country. Sometimes, as Mshai said, because we're in Nairobi, we think that this is the be-all and end-all of theater. But there's a lot of work that's being done outside of this space. And even within this space, there's a lot of work ambayo inaendelea quietly that we don't talk much about. But we need to highlight these different forms. Again, not just because it's what we're doing, na tujivunie ile kazi tunafanya, but also because we need for people who are coming into the space, wajue what are my options. Yeah? Kama sitaki kwenda stage National Theatre, option yangu ingine ni gani, na bado nataka kufanya theater. Yeah? So let's talk about the different forms. Let's look at the different forms that are happening in this country, and let's get to know them and be familiar with them. But that also brings into question one of the other things that's become a big issue, or is made a big issue out of, which is spaces. Oh, unajua, mazitete imekuwa hard siku hizi kwa sababu kuna space ya kufanya. And yet spaces zime-open up. Now we have more spaces beyond the National Theatre, which is one of the spaces ambayo tulikuwa kila mtu anaangukia tu. We are not thinking of anywhere else. Lakini sasa spaces zimefunguka, kuna Westlands na kadhalika. And talking about spaces, we also let's keep in mind, when we talked about the social-political context that we're working in, spaces pia ziko na politics zake, sivyo? If I go to the French Cultural Center, nakumbuka si tulipoanza performances, one of the things that you had to do ukifanya play French Cultural Center at the time, and many other cultural centers, you actually had to do a French playwright. Sio tunakuja tu na play yako ati kina Namai hapa wameandika ama kina Zeno wanataka kuamba. Lazima kwanza ianzie na Ufaransa, because that's the job that they're doing. Our job. So lazima your play has to fall within their mandate. But then that changed over time. But this is what was happening in the different cultural centers, in the spaces where we're doing a lot of performances. Yeah? Then the other thing also in terms of space is not just the physical space, but think about it in terms of who provides you with that space by providing you with the money to do the work. And that, again, has its own agenda. Because by the time I'm giving you money, mimi niko na agenda yangu. Wewe uko na yako, because, and this I'm raising because a lot of the work that was done in terms of theater for development or participatory theater out in the communities is funded by Amlipishi. So you're given a grant to do the work. And when you're given the grant to do the work, one is because they want something to be said about their own work, their message, and two, they want you to be able to reach a particular community. So unawekwa katika box flani in terms of the work that needs to be done. And so when people talked about theater for development for a very long time, one of the biggest issues was, and people kept saying this, and I disagreed with it for the longest time, is that NGOs wameharibu theater. Au wanafanya mnaenda tu mnafanya kaskit mahali, as they said. Mnaenda mnafanya kaskit, hata mfanye theater. So for the longest time, TFD was never considered theater, because watu walikuwa wanasema mnaenda kufanya madhogodhani huko hivyo alafu mnasema mnafanya theater. So for a long time, people disagreed with what that was and what the work was, because it was compromised by the NGO agenda. But my big question was always, by the time mnaenda kupewa grant na NGO, the question is, nyinyi mko na agenda gani? What is your agenda? Okay, sawa sawa. So those are some of the things we need to talk about. So there are a lot of questions. There's a huge conversation that needs to be held, and we will not finish it today. So I hope that we'll be interested enough and we'll be excited enough with the conversation so that we are able to continue with this, have more conversations over time. And with those many remarks, I would like to invite Danzia tu pali nawaonea. Zain Abubakar ndugu yangu karibu. Mshai Mwangola karibu. Edin Nyutho karibia. Ngatia karibia. Nani mmesahau? Sandra yuko wapi? Oh, there you are. Nilikuwa natafuta mtu mrefu. Kumbe tuko wengi. Tuko precise. Karibia. And so with this panel, what we'll try and do, we'll have to try and have a conversation on theater across many different, across issues as well. And we'll have time for questions at the end of it. Karibuni sana. Hata sitawapatia microphone because only practitioner sasa time ya project. Tusikie hizo sauti. Tumesema watu hawajaonana kwa muda. Karibu.
Everyone is avoiding here.
I know. You won't be the first to speak, so it's okay. So maybe we'll just start briefly. Would you introduce to? Do not be modest. Do not be modest. Please, let's start from this side. You just
That's why people are avoiding that chair.
I couldn't resist.
Start on that side so that we are not putting
Yeah.
the younger ones.
Yes.
No, but umekaa kodi.
Karibu Ngatia. Please, 2 minutes. Just about what you're doing in theater. Let's take it from there. Now we decide nisimame.
You can have this one.
No.
You can have this
We'll
one.
get a chair. We'll get one.
Chair, please.
Chair, tafadhali. Lakini sio nataka nitatoshea.
Uta-
Tuanze Ngatia.
Hapo kona.
Yeah.
Good morning. Hey, niaje. Goza. Nice. My name is Gabanya vitu mingi. I identify as a storyteller. Mshai amekuwa akisema pia tunafanya orature because that's where I've chosen to find my home. Nikona unalijua by my work with a collective called Too Early for Birds that tells stories from Kenyan history. So asante sana. So tunaingia kwa different parts. Tunaingia 1970s as we had earlier on our country, then way back before the British got here. I am one of the people who was like, no, actually, we are exactly like our ancestors. because of the work we've been doing with 24 Birds,
Yes.
I've been privileged to see that we have such a long history of resistance and protests. Which then, in the scope of the people here, like 3 days ago. So I've done a lot of work around that, and we really try to keep it storytelling. There's other theater elements and other elements of performance in it, but more telling the story. And I hope our ancestors are proud of us that we are continuing the tradition. I also do spoken word poetry and pushing to tunaamba sana huko lakini tuna mix pia na sheng. So tukiamba tunajibamba. So that was actually my entry into the space. I'm also a KU alumnus. alumni studying theatre arts and
But
film.
actually, kusema kweli hapa unajua ni KU kaa yote.
Tukikiu
Fire.
ni Thika Road, but
KU fire.
but yet
We're just
we do.
There was a little bit of rigging.
I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that.
Fire, fire.
Yeah, we do acknowledge that. One of my very esteemed teachers was Dr. Mwalimu David Mulwa. And we would talk a lot about the work that was done here and how it's influenced our work there. And Professor Mugubi as well is a dean in KU, but is infatuated with this institution. So we would hear a lot about what happened there. But my transition from being an active performer came through spoken word. And because of what I was getting there, we were like, okay, I need to break free of who are behind the microphone and figure out how we can do it in theater. And mostly that is what I am involved in, and occasionally it makes it on TV. Na nilipewa 2 minutes. 2 minutes, nadhani
2 minutes
nimefika.
zilisha like half an hour ago.
You set the stage. You set the stage. So we shall speak more about what I do if anyone is interested after this.
Asante.
Thank you very much. There are 2 ways of introducing oneself. One is before or after performance. So I choose to speak about me at the end, not at the beginning. But at the beginning, I would like to just say 3 things. Number 1, that it is not true entirely. It is about that. But that is when Vasco da Gama and the Europeans introduced the concept of shock and awe. For those who think it came with George Bush, no, it didn't. Shock and awe was introduced in Mombasa. They were treated very and fresh water and so on. But a few days later, they bombarded Mombasa and which our people refuse to document in our history when we teach our children our history. The third and the last one is I'm looking forward to having this conversation with young people, and this is not to pull rank or age, but the reason why I'm happy is it's because it's a constitutional requirement, right? What concept of generational equity, right? So we talk a little bit about that. Thank you very much. So if people keep on telling me you're Zain, now I'm not to say my name is Abubakar Zain. I think that is killing it.
Over here.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My slave name, Ida, mostly because I'm an enthusiast for African names, but also Chadota is just a unique name that sounds nice on the tongue. I just finished my degree in KCA University doing performing arts. So I think I'm here to represent the young people, young in terms of age, but we are all young in our hearts.
No, some of us are old, don't worry.
Yes. I am a storyteller. I love the stage, love being on stage, love being backstage. I love watching people on stage. I've been doing it for 4 years. Started performing in KCA University with a musical which was and I've been stage managing for the past 1 year. I did that with Shots from Africa and also with my very, very good friend Gatia on his show Diverse.
Tunampea kazi.
And that led me, I toured, or rather I shadowed different production companies, from Shots from Africa to Too Early for Birds, to Market Price, to Back to Basics, and that led me to create my own company, which is called Kalaha. And it currently has a show happening on September 20th, 22nd. So buy a ticket. Not only will I be networking, I will be selling tickets here. So if you see me,
know where the costume is.
exactly, yes. That's at Alliance Française. Yes, that's about me.
Thank you. Karibu.
Oh, like her, I cannot see a stage without stepping on it.
Can't help.
This journey, I have elected to sample the joys of life, not the pains of life. To drink the wine myself, not leave it to my ministers for frugal sacraments. To love the women, not merely wash their feet at the well. So let this yam, upon which I've spent a fortune, in fertilizers and in experiments with a multitude of strains, let it be taken out, peeled, cooked, and pounded. Let bitter leaf soup simmer in the women's pots so that the reformed, the weary fraternity may belch soundly instead of merely salivating. So that we may hereby repudiate all the prophets of pain and messiahs of agony until it be realized that pain may only be endured only in the process of fighting pain and fighting terror. Professor Kimani Jogu talked about seeing me on stage, and I quoted some lines from the 1973 production of where I was playing Daudu. I was trained by David Muller, one of the first students to be trained in theater arts. We got David Muller from Bomas of Kenya. I was amongst the team when we were first-year students, among the team that went to Bomas of Kenya to get David Muller from there to come and teach at the Kenyatta University College. They wouldn't hire him because he didn't have a PhD. But Dr. Arthur Kimoli and others organized for David to produce Kongi's Harvest at the open air theater. And then they invited the KU administration to come and watch the play to make them realize that you don't need a PhD to be able to direct wonderful productions. And that production is one of the best plays I have ever been involved in. So I started theater arts from 1973 to 1976. I graduated in 1976. From there, went to Nairobi School, where I taught English, literature, and very deeply involved in theater. I adapted things for a part for the stage at Nairobi School, and we performed it with Kenya High School, and it was a marvelous production. I've done many, many other productions ever since. Professor Kedaka Wamberi, I can tell you that I produced his play, Natala, and many others. Perhaps the greatest production I've done was in 1994 when we adapted The Concubine, and it ran for more than 6 weeks with a full house, and it broke the gate records. No other production in Kenya has gained more than 1 million shillings at the gate, and especially in those days. After that, I went to the Kenya Institute of Education, where I've done a lot of productions for education and development, done quite a lot of radio for broadcast to schools. After that, I came to the University of Nairobi. I helped to teach journalism. What I didn't mention is that after Nairobi School, when I joined KI sponsored me to the BBC, where I trained as a television production expert for theater, for education and development. And I came to the University of Nairobi to help train in broadcast journalism. And I retired from the university 4 years ago. Right now, I'm doing my own part-time work here and there. I'm still very interested in drama and documentary productions. I produce films. Sometimes I act. Last December, I won the Best Actor Award in the Zanzibar Film Festival in a film called Through an Open Window, which was again also, at the Kalasha of last year. Otherwise, I have many, many experiences. I think, talk until the cows come home if I was to fully introduce myself. Otherwise, it's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to a very exciting time with you. Asante.
So you've met me already. I'm going to try and keep it short, but just connect with everybody. So I like to identify as an oratorist, which is a term that comes from the way Michere Githai Mugo defines it. I am a storyteller who is trying to get Ngatia to believe that I can actually go on stage and tell a story. I have been campaigning, so I don't know how you manage a daughter. I am putting it out there. I'm also a theater artist. And like many of you, I started my journey in theater through the school's drama festival, and then to college, and then into a company. I went then and did my master's in theater in Australia, and I also performed while I was there. And that's where I really began. While I was here, I was with Theater Workshop. I began to, with the company, experiment in Drumbeats in Kirinyaga, where we took traditional stories and then turned them into a performance. It was really, for me, a big change point. So in Australia, I really began to play around with that form. I was part of a production called The Torch, where we traced the torch that was going round for the Sydney Olympics. And my master's is in theater, was to help me think through and look back the generations that had come before me and understand them. And after that, my doctorate is in performance studies, and that simply means how people make meaning. And I'm invested in understanding our stories and understanding why we tell them. So for that one, I looked at generations and generations of storytellers. And I'm putting that out there for those of you whose parents say, even me, I didn't know when I started. You just go with the flow. Currently, I perform with the Orature Collective, and we've been doing a lot of just experimenting and playing. So my big thing has been to stage non-fiction. So everything from academic essays and also fiction. So if we come to the Macondo Festival, we used to run a monthly thing at the Point Zero Book Cafe, where we would stage fiction to get more people who don't want to read to actually say, wow, that's interesting, I want to read it. But I'm coming back to my roots, even before Ngatia casts me in something. So I'm currently working on a production with the Bomas of Kenya. So it's interesting that we talked about Bomas of Kenya, where we're looking at Meketilili, and we're doing it, we could call it theatrical, but it's really back to the whole question of orature, where your base is storytelling, and then looking at that process where we open out. So look out for us. We'll be doing work in progress kind of open thing, where people come in and help us with the creation of that. And I want to say this, I'm really currently invested in the question of advocacy. I know how much all of us want to do the work, but we also must be invested in creating the space, the legislative space, the policy space. So I've done my 6 years, and I need other people to step up and work with Mr. Pundo at the Kenya Cultural Center. I'm working with, and discovering what is possible when you actually step out and say, we can do this. So we found the title deed that people had been looking for 50 years. Well, we didn't find it, but we were able to make the processes work alongside others so that we could begin to reclaim the theatre, so that it could have its first renovation in 50 years, and to set the structures for the theatre that is there now. I'm calling on every one of you, even if you just do one thing, please find a place to contribute in this space so that we leave a better environment for those who come after us. And I do want to, like Zain, acknowledge and really be grateful. It's wonderful to see Mwalimu over there. His generation are the ones. David Mulwa was a, and I don't know if you get to this, but David Mulwa really was somebody who held my hand. My first professional production was as stage, what was that? I was stage hand, assistant director, everything behind the scenes with Redemption. That's how I first met Edwin Newthorpe, and it was an amazing experience. So let me encourage you, as we are here, look for people to help you do things and to move on to the next level.
Thank you, Jai. You talked about advocacy and mentioned Mwalimu, and I remember Mwalimu Kidaka, I remember in the early 90s, we actually started, we were doing advocacy work around the Kenya National Theatre, and we set up Kundi La Wasanii to do advocacy work to get ourselves, and we changed it and we became Friends of Theatre. So 6 years, my dear, is not enough. Fanya kazi. Officially. Fanya kazi. Okay, on that note, please, we said we'll talk about theatre across the different generations. And I know we were supposed to be finishing our first part by now, so we are starting now. So I think we'll combine both parts and just do the part 1 and part 2 together. So we'll be looking at, with each generation, what we'll be looking at is the history of what was happening at that time, the socio-political environment, policy, legislation. We'll look at issues of what are the spaces people were working in, where was the money coming from in terms of theatre, how are we running theatre, how are we running theatre even as we speak. And we'll also look at who are the leading personalities, who are the people, who are the people leading personalities. Oh, for recording, okay, I always forget that. Who are the leading personalities or institutions? Is it?
It's on.
Yeah.
It's on,
okay. It's on, eh? Okay. Mbona siski? So, and who are the leading personalities? So let's just do a round in terms of talking about the different generations. Na tusijifunge where tunaweza kuchangia on the different generations, tuchangie pia. Lakini tuanze na Edwin. Muda ni wako. Tuanzie hapo your generation.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Maybe you could just tell us, start by telling us what was the theatre like at that time? What was the environment, the socio-political environment of the time?
Well, the socio-political environment of 1960, I've been asked to discuss the 1960 to 1975 space. I don't know the justification of
it has nothing to do with age.
Cutting it between 1960 and 75. But at least what I think most of you would know is that 1960, we as a people, we were preparing ourselves for liberation. And there was a lot of excitement and preparations. Even as the Mau Mau crisis was coming to an end, to have self-governance. But even as we say that, between the time the British stepped in here, and especially the establishment of Kenya colony in 1920, the work of the colonial government was to subjugate the local communities and to trample down on them to make them governable. And those of you who are talking about 1922, you know that they met a lot of resistance from people across the country. From the Mijikenda with Mekatilili, in Nandi, in Kikuyu land. And one of the things that they decided to do was that they needed to destroy and to break the backbone of the Kenyan cultural scene, and especially for the people of Mount Kenya region, because they were very vehemently opposed to them, and they were very audacious. The people of the region had a very strong god, Guy, and the people worshipped him. And the missionaries realized that until they killed Guy, they were not going to be able to dominate the Kenyans. And there is a lot of a similarity between colonialism. In fact, colonialism and Christianity, as most of you know, were two sides of the same coin. And so essentially then our culture was destroyed, disparaged, spitted upon. And we as a people, those of us who grew up within the 1960s, grew up at a situation where we were never proud of being Africans. That's why names like Edwin, which I unfortunately carry with me up to today, was imposed on me by the wisdom of my own father. Don't ask me why I haven't been able to get rid of it up to now, because that's another story for another day. But, so the 1960s, we would say, were the years, and especially after the liberation, after the liberation in 1963, were the years of the people clamoring to liberate themselves culturally. And this, in the universities, did not really fully happen until around 1967, because a lot of the Kenyans who went, who graduated in the universities out there, including Goge wa Thiong'o, Mishere Mogo, and many other Kenyans who went out there and learned that culture and theater are very important for self-discovery, for self-realization, for self-articulation. These are the people who came and now started creating the consciousness. And I think some of the early plays that were done at this time were some of the plays by Goge wa Thiong'o, who, in fact, did some plays then, including, I think, his earliest plays. Just a moment, my notes here. Yes, the Black Hermit, and Sir Peter had printed these notes of mine. in 1968, and he no, it was first performed in 1962, and this time tomorrow performed in 1968, and they explored the immediate post-independence scene with increasing pessimism, but out of Goge's productions, because out of groups, too much echo.
Now it's on.
Out of Goge's productions, the play that really, this is too loud. I think I was actually doing much better.
Because of the recording, you can just, continue to record, just keep it a bit farther away from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Goge's biggest play was Dead and Kimathi in 1976, which he co-wrote with Michere Mugo. And the story of Dead and Kimathi, and actually the trial of Dead and Kimathi, when it was performed here, really established Goge as not just as a playwright. You remember, firstly, he had established himself as a novelist, and he had won awards as a novelist. But he established himself through Dead and Kimathi as a major playwright. And essentially what the play was about was that it helped us to see that we can establish ourselves through a dead Kimathi, that we can rise up in defiance, that we can stand on our own feet, that we can articulate our own strength and look at the white man in the face. When he slaps you, you can also slap them back. And you know, those were very significant things to tell people who had come from very, very bitter colonization. I remember as a child seeing my own father being beaten as he was being arrested. He was being beaten by white askaris and black soldiers, and I can tell you it was a terribly debilitating experience. So when you come now in the 70s, and you are given the confidence that you can rise up, that you can articulate yourself, that you can speak up, that is what this country needed. Because then the process of decolonizing ourselves, the process of reclaiming our own dignity started then. And language, as you all know, is very important. And the pity is that theater then was being done in English. And those of us, and most of the Africans, really were not that well versed in terms of expressing and writing in English. So essentially, because of the linguistic disadvantage, our self-expression was curtailed. And Goge now decided to start writing in Kikuyu. And that writing in your own vernacular and articulating your own story, with your own idioms, with your own music, with your own songs, with your own proverbs, helped to liberate the theater within a space where theater, essentially within the mainstream theater, was performing at the Kenya National Theatre, or even in a theater of this kind, and not necessarily a liberated theater where people I think those of you who have studied theatre for development and other forms of theatre, I'm sure you're going to discuss that.
I will stop you there for the moment.
Yes.
And ask Shai to go into the next generation. Talk to us a little bit about the forms that were popular at that time and why. What was going on?
You need to speak with the mic because of the
recording. Oh, sorry. Shai, please talk to us about this next generation that we are looking at, which is from 76 to 90, and talk to us about the different theatre forms that were popular at that particular time, and why this was the case. What was going on theatre-wise at that time in terms of practice?
Okay, so I'll just pick it up where Edwin has left us.
Yeah.
So the generation that's coming up, and I think the idea of generations is not so much to do with age. It's, 15, 20 years. But you're seeing the people who have come up through the system with the kind of discussions, the kind of environment that has been created by those who were primarily educated, those who were in the colonial era, the ones who had come, and the kind of conversation and discourses Edwin is talking about, which is about decolonization. At the University of Nairobi, so I don't need to talk about the decolonizing discourses. Obviously, the University of Nairobi changing its name in the Department of English to the Department of Literature in English, and all that was happening, and the experimentation that then begins, and with the students and the lecturers, and the conversations happening at the theater. Now, what's going on in the political environment is that as we go through the 70s, we are entering into the decade of disillusionment. So the euphoria of independence, you're now coming into a space of questioning. And we all know what theater does. Theater asks questions. So it is also a season politically where there begins to be a lot of repression, a lot of, especially the clamping down of freedom of expression. So the kind of theater that really gets documented at this point a lot is the theater that's happening at the schools. And by schools, I mean everything from the drama festival to the universities, because at that time, there was a law, the famous CAP 222, the Stage Plays Act, which is why every time it is said there's a certain generation, it's like putting salt on a wound. Because this is a law that had been started in the 30s as a way of clamping down on freedom of expression. It becomes really, really important in the 70s because the authorities start to use it to arrest people, to detain people. This is also an era where people will go into exile. And as a result, the safe spaces become universities, it becomes religious spaces like the churches, it becomes schools. And so two things start to happen. One, because you no longer need a license. So the CAP 222 had a law that said, if you want to stage a play, you must go, and this is really for tax purposes. Taxes keep coming up in Kenya wherever you go. For tax purposes, you need to get permission from the government to stage your play so that they know how much you're taking in, so that they know how much tax you need to pay. The interesting thing is football at that time, for example, many more people were going to watch football matches, but they were never taxed for it. If you went and you put in your script, they would read the script, and they would use the script to determine whether or not that play should be staged. And their way of stopping it was simply to deny you the license to perform. They never said it was being censored, right? They just said it's the license to perform. So what you start to see happening is a lot of experimentation where people do not want, number one, to write down the scripts. So the kind of scripts you saw being written, and Edwin talked about Woogies, people are now trying to put less on paper and put more in the showing. So you show more than you tell. And Michelle Mugo has written about this, and she says, these kids are doing such innovative things in terms of their sets, in terms of their costume, in terms of the stage action, because you can't put it in the words that the censor will look at. The other thing that you see is attending to many, many other countries. So South Africa becomes really important. South Africa and be talking about Kenya, but no one can pin you down on it. People could stage Kongi's Harvest, and University of Nairobi will know that where we are now used to be called Kongi Square. And this is because at one point with the Moi's 10th anniversary, when they wanted to stage plays, so I always think this is interesting. KU and University of Nairobi went into two different directions. Let me start with the University of Nairobi. They wanted to stage Kongi's Harvest, which was, of course, the play by Wole Shoya, and I think it was mentioned earlier. And I still remember the impact of when the stage, and you see Kongi University, Kongi Hospital, Kongi Avenue, and everybody knew who Kongi was. And they were not allowed to stage it. So they started doing open rehearsals right on this space where we are now. And this was called Kongi's Square until the space was taken away from artists and they built what we have now. KU went a different direction, and I want to speak about KU because this is where you find your second generation coming up. Francis Imbuga, David Mulwa, that generation. Kidaka Wamberi, I think I'll put you in that group as well. And what they start to do is to say, you cannot be explicit. So for example, with Mwalimu Kidaka's play, he's telling an old story. It's a story of Fumo Liongo. But he tells it, and everybody knows what he is actually talking about. Imbuga with Betrayal in the City, it's a fictional African country, Kafira. And people know that you're talking about Kenya. So you have that kind of a play, or you have plays like David Mulwa's Redemption. And what David Mulwa is doing is he takes an aspect of what everyone is talking about, he sets it in the church, and even though you're talking about church politics, you're also talking about Kenya politics. So what you're seeing, Wendy, in that stage is people beginning to say, and Ruganda put it very well, how can we tell the truth and not be forced into exile, like people like Mugiwa Thiongo, Mugiwa Miri, Mushere Mugo, and still do what we do. And so in a way, it's a style that when you read it, and you also see this happening at the School's Drama Festival, to the extent that by the time we're coming to the 90s, a rule is put into the rule book at the School Drama Festival where you cannot put political matter. So your play, the adjudicators are not only looking at your script to determine the artistic value of it, they're also looking at it to determine the politics of it. And again now, in the Schools Drama Festival, you begin to see people like Bernard Kasigwa, people like Oliver Mnishi, whose work is really about the staging. I still remember, who was at Menengai High? And he did a play, and the thing everybody talked about was the backdrop. Because the backdrop had a huge foot that was stepping on a rooster. And we all know the symbol of Kanu, right? He didn't have to say anything else. So that was how the politics then affected what was happening in terms of the plays.
Yeah, and actually now that you've just mentioned, both Kasigwa and Minishi go abstract.
Yes.
And so that became the trend in the Schools Drama Festival for many, many years after that. It became a way of, okay, we're not allowed to talk about politics, but we can find our way around it.
Yes.
Yeah?
I should also, just one last thought. A lot of plays get banned. Kilio Chahaki, Drumbeats on Kirinyaga, an adaptation, Shamba la Wanyama. These are productions that were actually ready to go and they get banned, right? And so people again begin to ask, and you find this thing of people are staging shows at the National Theatre and then they move to the University of Nairobi. And it is part of the story of the big decline around the Kenya National Theatre. And let me just put it out there. Theatre became the bad boy of arts. And it is something that we are suffering from until now. Whereas like music, Moi loved music. And so the money went into music. But theatre, you people who cannot be governed, this is where the problems come.
Actually, now that you talk about that being the bad boy, there was a lot of political work that was done at that time, underground, if you can call it that. And I also remember that one of the things that was happening apart from the banning of plays is, it was also, I forget, I know you talked about this, you talked about doing plays from other places, and we got very creative with that. You'll do the Italian, the Dario Fos, Can't Pay, Won't Pay, which is becoming popular again. A lot of Frank Carame as well. So a lot of, all you did was hide behind other works that talked about the same thing that could never be pinpointed as you are talking about Kenyan politics. So you learned to hide that. So I think that was a very profound period in terms of the political work that needed to be done at the time. And theatre actually finding a way of doing this very, very under Chinyamaji sana, Chinyamaji. So yeah, awesome. Zain, talk to us about the legislative environment, the policy, and please talk about the constitution and how the work that actually went in from artists to putting culture in the constitution.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I will try to talk about patterns because we don't have the time to go into the details,
Yeah.
and connect them with the previous speakers' articulation in terms of our history. So I think the first one that I want to put on the table is a clear understanding among Kenyans that culture was used as a colonial imperative. Right? A clear understanding that the colonialists use culture deliberately to aid and abet their project of controlling Kenya and loading it over Kenyans, oppressing Kenyans. So culture played a very important role. And I think some references have been made on that. The second one that I want to make in terms of apartheid is that in turn, as part of resistance, our people used culture as a tool of liberation. And you've heard that mentioned a number of times. So it was not only a tool of resistance, but it was a tool of liberation. And there was liberation at individual level. So as a person, you become liberated from the colonial cultural imperative, but also as a collective, as a community, as a people, you became liberated. And that becomes the first stop of organizing resistance and pushback and struggle against an oppressive culture and oppressive structure. Next, I would like to connect the propensity of those who are in power. You talked about early in the 60s, there was alienation and dissatisfaction and disaffection by the people. And they had to find ways of showing that rejection of the system that was being imposed on them. But in turn, those who were in power went back on the colonial mode and used colonial laws to tackle those who were liberating themselves. And that's why you have heard about 222. But there was an infamous one, and Mwalimu Kidaka will laugh and laugh about this all the time. It has become a Kiswahili word. Ambiwa ule bwana alichukuliwa na tuteni ule, yani alichukuliwa na nguvu. Meaning they are referring to cap 210. That person was arrested under cap 210 that gives them power to arrest people violently. And shikwa na tuteni, if you look at the kamusi, tuteni is a Swahili word now. Okay? So there is that pattern. But also let me go to another pattern, which I think is very important. You've had it being mentioned here, which is you choose a site, an oppressive site, for a number of liberative actions. One of them is disruption, right? So you deliberately seek to disrupt what is going on there. So what was going on here at the University of Nairobi, both in the configuration of academia, So you talked about English literature, and people resisted, and they want to disrupt that. Secondly, you disrupt, sometimes even violently. So the disruption at the National Theatre in bringing down the posters of the British plays, Shakespeare and others, it was a violent act, similar to Jesus in the temple. So bring the posters violently. And then when they kick you out, because that happened, they use the same laws, they use the same architecture and design of institutions to kick you out. So you go and establish new sites of struggle. So Kamiridu became a new site of struggle. Although we always have this joke with my brother Wambua Kawive and my sisters here, that there was a two-stage shift. There was one taking the site of struggle away from University of Nairobi and Kenya National Theatre and taking it to Kamiridu, to the people. But mentally, we had not done the second liberative action, which is moving away from proscenium arch, a raised stage like this. So even when people went to Kamiridu, they went back to that mode and built a raised stage with a background and so on. The next stage to this struggle would then become what people are calling empty space, in the tradition of Peter Brook and so on. And you say you could perform anywhere, under a tree, in a church, in a mosque. The mosque people will not allow you to act in the mosque. Actually, it will be outside. But these sites became places of memory and reference. And I'll connect this with the constitution-making process. So I'll giving those patterns. Now let me quickly go into this time period of the 90s to the 2000s. And some of the hallmark of this period was increased oppression by the single-party regime. KANU moved from a de facto single party into a de jure single party by an act of law. And KANU then re-energized all tools of oppression that were still in our statutes. You'll be shocked. Those oppressive laws, they are there even today, even with our new constitution. Those oppressive laws are there. Laws that would stop Africans from congregating. So mzungu akiona Waafrika watatu wamekutanyika, anauliza, iko matata hapa? Unajua matata, hakuna lugha ya Kiafrika, matata ni salamu, ati hakuna matata. Na nyinyi mwajiimbia tu, hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Alikuuliza, iko matata hapa? Hakuna matata bwana. So you even sing about it. But it is important to also mention this. As a response to more oppressive ways, there were more creative ways and more innovative ways of resistance. So in the end, something that has not come up in our conversation today, there were two traditions, generally speaking. We could talk about many other traditions, but there was two traditions of arts and theater and performance. Art for art's sake, and what we came to call committed. Committed art, committed theater, committed performance. One is ideological based, the other has a lot more tradition in the colonial conceptualization of art as purely entertainment and to allow you to forget your troubles for a few hours. You go for an experience that is uplifting for you to forget your troubles. The one which is committed seeks to use your troubles as a conversation of liberation. So sometimes people are scared to come and I invoke, see, I told you I will be invoking names. Huh? I'm dropping and invoking names. I'm invoking Jonin Derito. So Jonin Derito did something that, thank you my sister, thank you. Johnny Deritu was the first person to caricature Moi on stage. Okay? So when he did it, a number of times we were really enjoying ourselves at the back, watching people and documenting what was going on. People would not know if he was to slide into your chair and disappear, walk snailly slowly out of the theater and it is dark. We made it sure that it is pitch dark. So even if you wanted and switch off for that particular moment until you hear. So, I know people are singing songs of praise, but we will even disrupt those ones. I know our famous Kikuyu singer sang a praise song when President Moi went to Japan. Our version became Ukienda Japani, usirudi tena, Moi songa na mbele. You know? So it's insidious, but it is liberating. Now let me make five points and then stop. The first one is this movement of sites of struggle elsewhere, and I'll make a connection very quickly now, became churches, became empty space, became markets, okay? And it became impromptu performance. So you're not located physically. You perform for 30 minutes and you disappear. By the time the special branch had, there was a performance, you're long gone, okay? And you engage with people directly. So these sites were then deliberately used in the constitution making process. I was a member of the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. And as a member of the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission as a commissioner, we had other commissioners there who were culturally inclined. Mama Kavesa Dagala, who was also from here, and Mwalimu Professor Wajibu Kabira. And we deliberately said we will go to those places. And there's a reason why we will go to those places. Those places became what Wachira Maina will call places of high trust. Places of high trust. So you will go to those places, and what you discuss there, you will not be punished or even have consequences against you. So blending the saying on saying, oh, the government advises you, when you come to this place, go and have a meeting at the chief baraza. That is a low trust place. So deliberately we avoided those and we opened up more high trust places. Secondly, there was a zone of laughing and protesting at the same time. And now I'll invoke Benateku. People who knew Benateku, Benny was a very funny man. And I will mention two plays that if you get a chance to look at them, you see how profound his level of protest was. Street People, and the Street People basically is a play about two street hustlers, not of the kind that we have now, or are supposed to be imposed on us, but hustlers who are conning people. So that business of conning people started from there. My name is John. Jina langu ni Yohana. So that guy would be repeating. And I was cured from the East Coast fever, and I was cured from the West Coast fever. But you laugh, but he brought the street on stage. He took the protest from the street and brought it on stage as a continuation. And the other one was called Tom Says He's Dead. You know, ile mtu anadaiwa alafu anaambia mwambie nilikufa. Mwambie Tom alikufa. Tom hawezi kukulipa. But again, the hustler narrative that Benatek was talking about was caricaturing the con men and women in politics. So this idea of this con men coming, and it's always con men, so I'm not being gender insensitive. It's always con men, right, who are doing this. So how many of you know St. Stephen Church? Right? So St. Stephen Church was not only a place of workers organizing. That is why they have removed the biting of the workers, but still Kotu goes to give thanksgiving at St. Stephen Church. So St. Stephen Church became a place of refuge for workers organizing, for youth organizing, for cultural workers organizing. Now let me mention Chemichemi ya Ukweli. I mean, how many of you have heard of Chemichemi ya Ukweli? Chemichemi ya Ukweli? Chemichemi ya Ukweli is a youth movement associated with the Catholic Church, right? And deliberately chose that name, that they are ni Chemichemi ya Ukweli, a fountain of truth. They were doing this ad hoc work, avant-garde. Then those words, people don't use them anymore. But they were doing them in a way that later on, when we were making the Constitution, okay, they became the mobilizers for the People's Commission of Ufungamano. Right? Chilepe Arts. How many of you have heard of Chilepe Arts? Yeah? I know, Stini will put up his hand. Chilepe Arts was an organization that was formed around Ololo and Islands. So Jerusalem, Jericho, that group, pande hiyo watu wa Ololo. Kuna watu wa Ololo kwa umta? So watu wa Ololo ndio wanajua hiyo story. But later on, some of the people involved in Chilepe Arts became scholars based on the struggle. So I'll give you an example, Babu Ayindo. Babu Ayindo has become a renowned peace builder, right? Using theater and theater methodologies. Now I know I'm left with two. Yes. So I'm finishing with those two. I will be crucified if I walked out there and I did not mention Nairobi Theatre Academy. So Nairobi Theatre Academy was a theatre school established at the French Cultural Center. Remember I said you can use sites for disruption. So it was unique to use sites at that level of disruption. One, it enjoyed diplomatic immunity because it's an extension of the French embassy. So we couldn't be arrested for whatever we did there, either at the theater or even on the stage downstairs, right? And what was unique about that was to establish a theater school for young people, but based on liberation ideas. Although we did not stop people from classical theater to come. So our students were exposed to classical theater. So you'll be surprised, Annabelle Moll was a teacher there, right?
Who's Annabelle Moll?
Annabelle Moll was the daughter of Donovan Moll, one of the colonial theaters in Kenya, right? So she was teaching in the 90s when she was in her late 80s, right? But we also had people of other generations. So Tyrus Gadwe, right? John Madenge. Very few people talk about Malim John Madenge with his connection to Bomas of Kenya and dance and music in Kenya, but he became a teacher there as well. But we had also the younger generation. Johnny Nderitu was a teacher there. What was strange about it, the special branch planted a famous director who was a special branch. I don't know if he was an officer or an informer. Both, I'm told. To come and offer his services there. So, to cut a long story short in terms of liberation of thinking, you have to be careful about how you do it. Okay? How you do it. So the oppressive structures at that time was so bad that, and I'm making this final submission, which is Mogik Kabisa. You know, the Luo say Mogik, and then they say Mogik Kidogo, and then they say Mogik Tena, and then they say Mogik Karib na Mwisho, and then they say Mogik Kabisa. So for me, Mogik Kabisa, whatever advancements we have made to date, and I'm making this as a claim that I am willing to have a conversation with anyone about it. Whatever progress we've made as Kenyans, and our sister recognized, and I hope at the end we'll stand up in memory of all those who passed on as part of this struggle, including the new Gen Zs, right? They are the torch bearers of the old warriors, right? Every step we have made in terms of progress has been because there were people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. And to many of our fallen sisters and brothers, they started with their families. Because you had to explain to your family, why are you doing this? I had to explain it to my mother, because my late mother wanted to know, why can't it be other people's children? Why has it to be you? And I said, it's very simple, ma'am, because those other children also have mothers. Somebody has to do it. So we made this progress because of that commitment. Two, there will always be pushback. Those who don't want us to make progress will always push back. And when they push back, we must push back harder. And lastly, aluta continua. Mapambano lazima yaendelee. Wala si kuomba mtu ruhusa. Hatuombi mtu ruhusa. Sisi ni Wakenya huru. We are free people. And that's why we made Article 1 of our Constitution the sovereign power of the people of Kenya. So another time, we will have a conversation of what we have put in the Constitution from a cultural perspective. And this started one day at Mizizi Cultural Center. I know many of you would know about this, when we hosted the late Professor Osaga Odak for a conversation in the evening that lasted more than 4 hours on a simple premise. Can we write a new constitution without a cultural perspective? And the answer after those 4 hours was absolutely not. So there was deliberate actions undertaken to ensure the Kenyan Constitution is inspired, is envisioned by our culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana ndugu zangu, asante
I'm
sana.
sorry if I took too long.
These conversations, like I said, we have so many things to talk about, so we'll keep touching on many different things just to get ourselves excited and thinking and making sure that we're excited enough to continue the conversations after this. So for Ngatia and Chadota, I have one question for you, which comes from what the others have talked about. And one of the things that's different now in this generation that you're working in has been the issue of, Zain talked about how his mother would ask him, why is it you who's going out there to do theater and disrupt stuff? What we have now is that we have young people going into theater as a profession, where you're saying, this is the thing that I do. This is my employment. For us, that was not quite an option at our time. So we were amateur theater groups in our time. Yes. I remember one time we held a festival and all the members, all we could get from the performance was 100 bob. That's what everybody took home. And the treasurer explained to us how come we were only taking 100 bob. And it was money then. But anyway, so talk to us about theater as a profession. Given all that people have talked about, given the social-political environment, given the legislation and policies in place, how are you doing this as a profession? What comes into play? What are the things influencing you? What are the things that are actually a hurdle in working in theater as a profession? As a woman, because for us, I think Ushai and I don't know whether Newsa talked about it a little bit as well, the difficulty of staying in this profession, hanging in there, especially as a woman, and where's the money coming from? How are you guys getting paid? You know, so talk to us a little bit about that. Let's start with you. You're nearest.
Under the bus, you say. Thank you. Yes, the situation has changed, and I am also lucky to have a very supportive parent. But we are at the point where you can say that you've done a degree and this is solely what you're doing. Still, it's not where it's supposed to be, because I remember even when I was majoring to do theater, because when I was doing it in KCA, you can choose to do theater or film. A lot of people are telling me, do film, because theater utaifanya tu, film ndio kuna pesa. So, and I remember just being like, yeah. So the main challenge as it stands is money. It doesn't pay enough. It's very hard to sustain yourself as a performer. And that's why I went, as I was doing my internship and, my attachment, you get into now crew roles and you realize this is paying more, but it's, unasema, hey, kumbe huyu stage manager anapata hii, but it's still not there. Yeah, so that has been the case. That is one of the hurdles we've been facing, and the culture not being there, where before it was cool to go to theater, and theater will be publicized in the photos, and the media will capture a lot about theater and the shows themselves. But right now we're really struggling with that, where we really have to push. And there's a culture where artists are attending each other's shows. So I'm calling you for my show, and then you come for my show, and then I call you, and then so the money is just circulating. So we're not having as much people push into this industry, or this industry. That's my main challenge. I'll let Ngatia take all the rest.
Thank you. Strangely, I think the more things change, the more they stay the same. So for me, it was a struggle to now have the conversation with my parents. It's like, that's a Nigeria university, and what I'm choosing. In KU, it was a very new course. They had just established the Department of Theatre Arts and Film Technology and the School of Visual Arts. So it moved away from literature into its own independent thing. It's changed again into the School of Creative and Media Studies, I think. But I remember having a very deep fight with my parents, probably the one time I was standing for myself as a teenager and being like, no, I want to pursue the creative arts, and the one thing I feel that works for me is this. And then I get into KU, and you had to major in both, so you couldn't even decide whether it's theater or film. However, the conversations that Charlotte is speaking about were still there. It was like, maybe if you get into film and you go into, and you get into TV, then that makes more sense financially. But I wanted to start with that, because I I remember a thing my parents told me when we were having that conversation. They don't, but I've carried it so long, and for parents in the room, things you say matter. There was a statement which was, "Usiwe kuja kutuomba pesa." And I carried it with me, and with everything I was doing, at the back of my mind, I was like, it needs to make sense somehow financially, because this is the thing I'm getting into. And what that led me to was trying to understand what kind of infrastructure can be built around theater, around what we do, so that it makes sense from a financial perspective. Still figuring it out, because you jump out of an airplane and you build the parachute going down. I made that realization when I was going there. I was like, oh, so hapa ndo naanza kushona. And so I'll say we've benefited a lot from the struggle and the work that has been done. We are standing on your shoulders. And one of the most important parts of it is the training. The fact that we can actually go into school and do a degree in the thing and come out and then apply it. This is very strange to me, and hearing Dr. Mshai talking about the kind of camaraderie that existed between the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University is also strange to me, because I feel like a second one. I feel like I'm stuck somewhere in between, where now I'm here and this conversation is happening, and it was happening in your time, but maybe because the department was new, there wasn't that direct contact between what was happening where we were and other institutions and the scene itself. So you would do your thing in school, either focus on that, finish, then get into the scene, or figure out how you do your own independent thing and connect what you're learning in school with what's happening in the scene. And a lot of people got lost in that and ended up in corporate corridors and whatnot. But it's all right, because I'll come back to that. There is also channeling money back to us now. So one of the ways I got into the scene, as I mentioned earlier, is through spoken word. And because spoken word is really, it's performed poetry, and performed poetry, I think, is the original form of doing it alongside storytelling. And I got into the space when it was about to transition from open mics in bars and churches and other spaces that were not proscenium stages and all that, and transitioning into artists doing concept shows. It was like, it's an entire 90 minutes or 2 hours. It's one artist on stage doing pieces that are connected in one way or the other, or different artists doing, but it's based on poetry and music. But what interested me was the fact that it was independent. A lot of the people organizing this were either funding it from their own pockets or getting people to sponsor it and fund it and do that. And so I got into that space that way, and I was trying to now learn the infrastructure, as I mentioned. And at some point, my friend Abu and I made a very risky decision to quit our jobs and focus on the thing we wanted to do. And our first source of funding was our own pockets. I remember it was money that I was saving up to buy furniture that we used to book KNT at that time. And as we were rehearsing, I was like, well, the bahati hata sikununua hizo viti, because now I have space in the house. I can just walk around with my blockings and all that. And then we started with that. Then a sentiment came in after we did the first show, where then a number of people would say this thing in different words. And they're like, we came to support you because you made a very responsible decision, and as your friends, we are concerned, we bought the ticket. Hopefully you won't be homeless. However, if you're doing a show like this, again, I'm not coming because you're my friend or because I like you, it's because I really love the stories. And so, like, we are doing something like this, please come and bring your friends. And that started something I hadn't experienced in my short career, in which, as Jarrett was saying, usually you'll have artists, your fellow artists in the audience, and then this very hardcore group of of fans who go for almost everything. So if you're in theater, you know the familiar spaces. If you're in poetry, you know the familiar spaces. If you're in music, you know the familiar spaces. But something opened up, I think, around between 2015 and 2017, where we started getting more into the popular culture space. And I would love to say again, and so many people were coming who had not been to a play or to a kind of theatrical show past high school, I would say. If it was not drama festivals, many of the people who were showing up in the theater now had not been in such a space. And many would come with these preconceived notions and then say, no, but theater is not what I used to think it was. Be like, but what did you think it was if you were not attending shows?
Exactly.
And then that became our main sponsors, the audience, which is, I think, what it should be. So we worked, and the thing grew. I'm speaking specifically about Too Early for Bands because it's what I've been really immersed in. And it's a very, I would say, beautiful graph to watch growing because May 17th, 2017, that was no, I'm lying. The first experiment we did was...
Misspoke.
I misspoke. Thank you. Was at the Phoenix Theatre. We didn't know it was one of the last performances before they shut it down. It was in October of 2016, and we did the story. It was speaking about Modani Njiro. And it was around 100, 150 people in the room. A few months later, we do a full show at KMT, and we got around 300 people, so it was like double. And it kept multiplying. So the show after that was 2 nights was 600 people, and then 3 nights was 900 people. And then the famous Brazen edition was 1,500 people. And when we did the story of Tom Boyer for the first time in 2019, then it doubled again, it was 3,000 people.
Wow.
We had to move from the Kenya National Theatre to a different space, the Visa Oswald Center in Westland, which was now a 600-seater. Then COVID happened and a lot of things happened. When we came back in 2022, I'm forgetting the numbers, but we reprised Mboya a month ago, and there were 4,000 people in the audience in one weekend. And we had to move again to Loresho, which sits, Jain Bhavan sits 800 people. So it's lovely to know that the box office, the gate could make 1 million in the 90s. I'm here to tell you that it can make 8 million now because I've seen it happen.
Wow.
And so the biggest potential funder now, I believe, is the people coming to see the shows, and not just because they want you to keep your lights on, because they actually want and like, and they see the show and then bring other people. We're being forced to, and forced in a lovely way, see as a guy, to bring the show back because so many people spoke about it that now their friends want to see it.
Yeah.
And we were like, okay, it's expensive to put it up, we need to figure out logistics and all that. So here's a form, fill it, commit to buy a number of tickets, and once we have the numbers, then we can do it. We have around 2,000 people who've committed to buy around 4,000 tickets.
Wow.
Like, that's before the poster goes out or anything. So that's where the money on our side is coming from.
Yeah.
But I would be misspeaking more if I didn't also look at the other side, which there are funders and investors. And I'll look at it very shortly in 2 ways. Number one, we had, as the numbers were growing between 2016 and 2019, we were still drawing from our pockets and then bringing back whatever was coming from the tickets. We're like, okay, we're putting it back into the show to see what it can be for the next thing. And building a company around it, which was the parachute I was talking about. So getting it registered, getting a business name, figuring out what copyright is, and we're still in that process. But we've made a lot of mistakes in the process, but we've also learned that having a formal institution that can hold the logistical part of it and then have the creative side of it supported in that way helps a lot. And this was the main lesson. So in 2019, we applied for funding from HIVA. And one of the things they said is, okay, great job, we've been coming to your shows, lovely, but we need to see your books. We need to see your Excel sheets before we can commit anything. What is that? Took on a Word document. Took one script, stuff like that. Like, no, we need to know that the finances make sense because we need, once we put the money in, we need our money back so we can support other people. Yeah. And luckily, because I don't like doing the numbers and the people I work with didn't like doing the numbers, we'd reached out to an accountant being like, okay, tafadhali, shughulikie your mambo, and then we'll focus on what's on stage. And what had happened in that process is that they had actually done such good records that we were not fully aware of. And when we submitted that, it was possible then to do a financial projection. We'd be like, okay, so you're here and your audience is growing this way. So if we inject this amount of money, then you should be able to recoup it and build from that. And one of the most fantastic things that happened in that conversation was, it was the likes of George Gashara in the room, and the conversation was, we're here to bridge a gap because we know the banks will not fund you to do this. So, but we have a financial institution that the bank can trust, and we trust you. So we'll take the liabilities from this side, and because of that, we won't even be asking you to pay back monthly, for example. We need you to pay back per show. So do a show, pay this installment. Do another show, pay this installment. So that's one model that has worked. We haven't paid it fully back because of it also per show. We haven't done the number of shows we needed to do. So that's number one. Number two, there are people who will give you grants. And that's the NGO conversation that was happening earlier. Well, the infamous now Ford Foundation and whatnot. But
who's your financier?
Who is one of them? Kama ulisikia hiyo mambo na you're wondering who it is, I submit. However, whatever work I've done on the streets was not from the Ford Foundation. So the question still remains when that money comes in, and it's, okay, so what kind of work are you doing? And are you going to depend on us to fund you next year, because we cannot do that. So what we're trying to answer, and I've been trying to answer, is sustainability, right? So how do you take this money, whether it's a loan from people like HIVA, or if it's a grant from people like the Ford Foundation, and then make it so that next year you don't need to take it. And for the next 10 shows, then because the audience is responding, they're willing to go into their pockets and pay money, that we can build off of that and build a culture of sustainability and self, what is it called? Kujitegemea. That, yes. So I hope I'm...
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. But it has actually taken me back to, I remember we've had this conversation with Shaya and Zain, the whole idea of theatre siya madanda. The number of times I've been told and called by parents who say, oh, unajua niko na kijana wangu hapa, shule imemshinda. Sijui, unaweza kumsaidia? Nafikiri hapo tu ndio ataweza. And I'm thinking, no, it doesn't work like that.
But can we give him a round of applause?
Absolutely. That's absolutely amazing, just hearing what you've been able to do so far. And this is, wow, that's just amazing. So, Shai, can you bring the threads together now, or shall I talk to the audience first? Okay.
Okay, so when we were conceptualizing the conversation, right, and we've adjusted because of time, ideally what we would be able to do is to go and talk about the policy environment for all, come back and talk about spaces for all, talk about the main use, what productions, who are the names, what was happening in terms of genres. Now, because we had half the time, we've done, picking from each of the five. what I'm hearing, and I want us to start, that was just brilliant, right? You guys said, is to start at the end, right? We've kind of gone through, and when we say generations, it's not age, it's just, we've taken it in 15 years, and we've illustrated the threads that go right through. But when you start at the end, you realize what, you said not to call me the other name, so Chidota and Gatia have brought us to. And even the fact, notice what Edwin began us by saying, I am, the name I'm known by is Edwin. By the time we've gotten to the end, those names, you don't know them anymore. But what we've seen is how each generation builds on the other one. And I think starting at the end, or what I was picking up as you guys were speaking, is that right now we're talking about the enabling environment. What is it that makes it possible for someone to do what the first generation would have loved to do? So the first generation you're talking about, they were lecturers, they were this, they were that, because everybody had a day job, and then they came and they did other things elsewhere. By the time we're getting to the end, that doesn't mean there are people who are not doing a day job and then doing theater, but really the heartbeat has moved to people who can actually say professionally, whether they're supported by the family or they're not, that we need to make this work. Now, for that to happen, we've got to ask ourselves, what are the big policy questions, right? And Abaka took us through this question of, here are the big questions that people have come. Now, if when Nutho was there, well, not Nutho, but the first generation was there, the big questions were on, the law, the politics, we need to decolonize our minds, we need to do all that. The conversation now has shifted, so we should really be asking ourselves, where is the public funding? What's happening with the sports arts, that fund? What role are the government institutions playing? What kind of legal framework exists so that a Kenyan can put their money, the investors that you were talking about? So that the policy question, the legal question, what will happen when artists get abducted because of the kind of work that they're doing, right? Some of these threats are still coming back. The second big question that is put on the table is content. And the content, we have moved from the time when art was all one big community. I know Mumbi, I know everybody, to the point where for us to sustain this, because people are doing it full time, the content must be bringing in people who don't normally come to watch theater. We are competing with people who want to go and drink. We are competing with people who are asking themselves, why do I leave myself in front of a screen when I can watch anything on Netflix or name it or whatever, and go all the way to theater, right? So the cultivation of an audience, and when we had earlier talked about people who just want to come and laugh. Something once told me, and it really made me think. This was in the 90s, people were like, there's so much going on. She said, when I come in, when I pay my ticket, I want to leave my brain there. I want to go into the theater, and for that hour and a half, I just want to laugh. I want to be human. I don't want to grapple. And she told me that the reason I don't come for your plays is that I come in feeling bad, and by the time I leave, I feel even worse, right? So we must ask ourselves, what are the different audiences, and what is it? And Gatia has given us. And then, Chadota, when you're saying your mother is like, okay, I don't know what you're doing, but I'll support it. But she can't support you indefinitely. And we've heard that audience. So you guys have to grapple with that. The third one is sites. And you took us to, we started very much about the National Theatre. We talked about churches. Now we're talking about the giant. How many of you even knew that the giant existed? I found out about the giant through the work of Too Early for Birds. But we're still talking about Nairobi, right? We're still talking about physical theater. So some of the conversations we want you guys to come back to is as you listen to us, and Zane talked about the way space has changed. So we've talked about this, the policy environment. We've talked about cultivating an audience. That's the big, big need. And part of that is to say, so I watched Too Early for Birds, and the most hilarious part of it is even when they're innocently talking about a person whose real name is William, the whole audience is like, William is a problem. When they talk about who killed Boya, I don't know if it happened to every show, but I was in the show where they asked at a very deep, we're all in this space and they ask, so we're still asking, who killed Mboya? And someone shouts, Ruto! And you're like, guys, for real. What that told me is that people also want a show that, yes, you're talking about whenever you're talking about, but we also want, whether it is laughter or it is grappling, it has to speak to us. I want to throw that out at you because that's been consistent through the 5 generations you've heard. And then the last one I want to talk about, where are my glasses, was this part we've touched on, but we really haven't talked about, is that theater is an art form. So what does it mean that we're not preachers, right? And we touched on comedy, we talked about people using the decor, we talked about people, the kind of plays that Newton was talking about, straight plays, which just, agit-prompt, they tell you what is happening, right? And the question I'm asking even, and you guys are the next generation, that's why I'm throwing it out. As you ask your questions, well, the questions we would like to ask is, what is the art form? If the first generation were telling us we need to go back to our African traditions as well as this Western thing, and by the time we're coming to Chanota and Gatia, they're telling us like, hey, kitu ya kuandika script and it's a published drama and it's whatever. We're not doing that. We're doing poetry. Yes, we still have some playwrights, and I've seen a couple in the room, but really the time when people would look for a script and have to have a written script and then perform that script, those times, there's a whole lot more happening. So I guess my questions to you, right? At another time when we have the time, we could go down into each generation, into each block, and answer all these questions. But really, we're asking you to think, even asking questions, and even as we go into the afternoon workshops, it's the so what for us, right? Let me just disabuse you. It is not about talent. Because talented Kenyans who can act, who can direct, wako wengi sana. Longevity comes out of being able to answer all these questions for yourself. Is this making sense? Yeah, and that's why there are so many people, even the ones who haven't spoken, who are from the older generations, not to tell us, this is how we did it, na lazima muwe kama sisi, which I'm sure you've heard, or you people are so whatever, all you want is money, but rather to ask, how do we keep that thread going and say some things we have dealt with, we don't need to go back, but some things are new, some challenges are new. There's some questions we are having to grapple with that previous generations did not have to. And sadly, there's some questions that the first generation in the 60s were grappling with, and we are now in the 2020s, and we're still grappling with, right? So that's the idea of the conversation. A lot has been said to you. Now it's your turn to start to think back. Raise the questions, because in the afternoon, there are no speeches. It's a big conversation.
And on that note, I'd like to pass over the mic now to the audience. We can, because of time, we'll just take a few questions, and we hope that the conversations will deepen in the afternoon. So don't feel like, because we take a question, maybe it would be talked about. We'll try and make sure some of that happens in the afternoon. But please, your questions, comments for our awesome panel, please.
No questions.
Ama mmeridhika? Mko sawa kabisa, tuendelee. Stini, tembea kidogo. So we'll take a few questions from this side. We'll also take a few questions from this side. Then we'll give them to the panel to answer.
There's a hand there.
Yes, yeah, we'll start from you. I've seen a hand there, Kim. Kimingich, I've seen your hand. Walimu, I've seen your hand. So let's start with Stini.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Stephen Njoroge. I'm also an actor, director, producer, and I'm a consumer of the arts. Mine is just a comment. All the generations here, they did not talk about theater in terms of alternative spaces. And when I talk about alternative spaces, I mean, I did not hear anyone mention about Sarakasi Limited. Not Sarakasi, the one you know, Sarakasi Limited,
Yes.
and Igiza Productions.
Yes.
These are people who found alternative bars would put in some money in terms of in terms of posters, in terms of having this thing on the in the media, and then you'd share the proceeds, because when you go to a bar, for instance, they'll be selling their drinks, their food, and things like that. And one of the things that happened is theater was sustainable because you would have a play do a run of 100 shows or 150 shows. That is, the play would be every weekend at a different spot, at different bars, and all that. So one people... The first person who started that was by the name of Nyoro. Gone. Okay. Wero Munyoro revolutionized theater in that aspect. And one of the things that he did was to have plays which did not have a lot of people because of traveling. And he started with a play like, he actually went, he had plays which were in vernacular and also plays that were in English. Majangwa, as you all know, is a two-hander. So he was able to take Majangwa to the country. You go to Mombasa, you go to Embu, you go to I mean, in terms of Nairobi, you are talking about very many bars in Nairobi where people go. So these were shows that were never shown at the Kenya National Theatre, but you're talking about alternative space. Later on, there was the Wahome Mutai, Igiza Productions. Again, there were shows that were shown throughout. And when you talk about 150 performances, that's a whole year. Because a year has how many weeks? 52. So you're talking about 3 shows, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every year, every weekend. That's one of the things. The next thing that people do not talk about in terms of production, and I don't see it being done these days, is there is something that is called a program. One of the ways to get money through plays is to be able to have a program. And the program was very successful in terms of people like Nairobi City Players. The Indians would have a program that is 100 pages. And in those 100 pages, there were people who were advertising in the program. I remember we did a play in 1980 at the university. The show was She Ate the Female Cassava. The program itself had an amount of money, it was 48,000 from the program alone. And you can imagine how much 48,000 was at that time. What I am seeing right now is I was happy to watch your play, Tomboy, and I was amazed that you were able to fill that place. It's an 830-seater, and people were there full on the day that I came. But the thing is, there is more money to be made from programs. Programs are important. We need to know who are the actors, who are in that play, and there has been a kind of a learning curve, because even most of the productions, you don't even know who the actors are. And you need to know, you need to have a synopsis. You need to know, has this person acted before or has he not acted before? So it is important for the audience. And that is one of the things that I'm talking about when it comes to funding. We need to know who the actors are, what they have done, so that they are also marketing themselves. And you are also marketing who you are, how many plays you have done, and you have to have a calendar. Because I think even the Kenya National Theatre itself does not have a calendar. They wait for people to come, book space, so that they have a calendar. If you don't have a calendar, you are not prepared people. There is also the thing of partnering with the national airline, Kenya Airways, so that they know that at this time, there will be this show happening. Maybe that's my contribution for now. I'm putting everything else to you. Thank you very much.
questions short because of time. We still have two very important ladies who have to have a conversation, so I'll keep your questions short.
Asanteni sana na naomba kushukuru wale wamezungumza tayari kwa kutoa maoni na kauli nzuri sana. Sina swali, nina hoja tu ya kuchangia kule ambako naona labda kama kuna pengo. Nilifurahi sana Stadi alipozungumza juu ya mchango wa wanafunzi. Tumezungumza Julieta
na wakati kizima
ni muhimu sana kikiamanani mchango wa wanafunzi. Nakumbuka maana naongea kama mtu ambaye kwenye vizazi vyote vitatu, nitaeleza kwa nini. Nikisema mchango wangu wa kwanza mwaka wa 72 katika shule ya upili Amani Four Seasons. Nikisema mchango wangu wa pili katika shule ya upili kabla ya kuja National Theatre, ukumbi mdogo mwaka 74 kutizama tena Kimadi ulioandikwa na Kennedy Watene na ukiigizwa Kimadi akiwa ni mwenezi. Kwa hiyo tunapozungumza juu ya theatre, hii hadithi haikamiliki mpaka tutaje mchango wa shule. Michezo mitatu ya kwanza haikuwa ya Kiingereza, ilikuwa ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo hatuna budi kutia maanani swala la lugha. Michezo mitatu ya kwanza katika nchi hii ilikuwa ya bwana mmoja akiitwa Graham Hislop ambaye aliandika mwaka wa 1957. Kwa kwanza ilikuwa 56, akaandika Fadhali Mchawi na michezo mingine miwili, ikawa michezo mitatu. Kisha bwana Kuria aliandika mchezo wa
Nakupenda lakini
katika shule ya upili ya Lance High School mwaka 1986. 1956. Kwa hiyo hatuna budi kutazama maana. Mchezo wa tano katika nchi ulikuwa nimelewa nikiwa na mpenzi Gerson Ngugi. Kwa hiyo hii hadithi ili kamilike hatuna budi kutaja mchango wa Kiswahili. Hatuna budi. Ni muhimu sana. Na jambo hili hutokea mara nyingi katika mambo ya sanaa. Tunaambiwa kwa mfano kizazi cha kwanza cha waandishi ni Ugavyono, lakini Sanda Litina aliandika shairi lake mwaka 1782 jamani. Mwanakupona ameandika shairi lake mwaka 1958. Tunaambiwa kwamba labda riwaya za Ngugi ndizo za kwanza, lakini Uhuru wa Watumwa James Odera. Kwa hiyo yale makosa ambayo tumefanya katika mambo kuzungumza mambo ya riwaya na ushairi tuepuke tunapozungumza mambo ya theater. Ninafurahi sana kwa watu wanapata mambo haya. Lakini tukumbuke nilipotaja mambo ya wanafunzi, kuna wakati mmoja nakumbuka tukiwa na Chakina kilikuwa chama cha wanafunzi cha Kiswahili Nairobi. Miongoni mwa mikoa 7 tulienda mikoa 6 mwaka mmoja. Nakwambia kweli. Nafahamu haya mambo kimani maana tutakata kwa msika. Kwa hiyo mimi nafurahi sana niliposikia huyo kijana chaongea na yule mchana chaongea, maana inaonekana kwamba ingawaji kuna watu ambao wanahofia kwamba vyake imefifia, imekufa kwa sababu serikali inaendelea Mambo haya yote sana na Kimenich, wanafunza Kimenich, sababu tuseme ni katika vizazi vitano, ni kwamba ni kwa hiyo miaka 70 na mwezi uliopita Juni Kimenich alionyesha michezo yake miwili.
Atapata wasta kidogo.
Everyone you listen to, you wish that they could do that for a long time. And we have to find a way of making heroes out of ourselves. I really wish we can continue with this conversation. I can say that I'm not a very big person in this university, but I promise you can provide space every month. And if we can have these continuous conversations so that we can bring one day, we just listen to Makelako America. Talk about everything.
Mine is not a comment. I was just really like they whisper. Anyway, hi people.
Hi. Hello.
My name is Kiwanza. I don't have a question. It's a comment. Thank you so much. I am. Is it called nostalgia? When I'm hearing these things, I'm like, wow, that's nostalgia. Because in some of these instances, some of us were there and then we disappeared and then we are coming back. Dr. Mshai, the play was The Search, 1994 by Meninga High School. I was in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Yeah, thank you very much, Mwalimu, for bringing us together. And I think part of what I wanted to say was mentioned in terms of the history, but what came or what I keep on getting across the speakers is bottom line what has or the invention and the real stand has been anchored on bottom line is the story and the storytelling to the extent that there has been proscenium theater and it moved like Hussein said to Kamirefu. But I think that
again bring the different groups and say that at the end of the year, December, we'll be able to just bring different groups for a week. Every evening, guys will be staging and, you know, bring different audiences, and they know for a whole week. Today I'll watch this, next 3 o'clock I watch something. You know, the kind of experimentation that used to happen previously. And I always remember this, and it has always remained dear to me. That was done, practiced by Theatre Workshop Production. Previously, for every year they did the Harvest of Plays, but that was preceded by the late Okoth Kogonyo playwright competition. And that's what that meant was that every year the playwright, the festival hosted, you know, new scripts, new stories, and in a way attracted new audiences. Is there a way that something like this can be done in terms of, you know, refreshing and telling, you know, just developing a whole set of story writing and storytelling and scripting? Because then again also it will lead to certain kind of work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to stop us now. I know we can go on and on. There's a lot to say, but we still have another session to hold before we break for lunch. So please allow us to continue to invite the next group on stage. We still have time to talk in the afternoon, so please hang on to those questions and comments for the afternoon session. Tafadhali. Nawaomba. Asante. Please, a big, big applause for our panel. From the bottom of our hearts for sharing what you have shared. They'll still be here in the afternoon. They'll be part of the spread out in some of the groups. So please feel free to ask them. Panelists, tafadhalini. We've been asked kindly to stay on just for 1 minute to take a photo of the panelists.
Sema ng'ombe.
Sema ng'ombe. Sisa tosha.
Bado hajasema mbuzi.
Asanteni sana.
Asante.
Prof, may I hand over back to you?
And sorry for the delay.
Yes, now we have to continue.
Hebu tumpashie tena Mweni kwa kazi nzuri tafadhali. Tuwapashie wanajopo. Asanteni sana kwa yale mlioyasema, ni mazuri na ni mazito na ni muhimu sana. Ni kama I think because we are running out of time, I will not say much, just to invite Dr. Joyce Nairo to come on stage, and then she can ask her questions to come on stage. That is Mondi Kaigwa. To really have a conversation about the journey. Karibu sana Grace.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Let me arrange this so that we don't look like we have quarreled. Thank you. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, that's good. Great. I have the pleasure of speaking with Mombi Kaigwa today, and I know you're looking at your watches. Oh, I'm so sorry. She's already performing. This is who she is. She's already performing.
No, I didn't know it had wheels.
I'm not going to do a long introduction of Mumbi Kaibu and who she is. I'll let her do it as we speak. Does that sound reasonable? For those of you who haven't had a chance to look at the Jahazi issue on theatre, Mobi has a wonderful piece there about her roundabout journey. I'll touch on pieces of it in my questions just to whet your appetite so that you do actually read it, yeah? And for those who have read it, I'm sure she'll add things that were not in there. So, Mombi, you and I go back a long way. It's been many decades since you were at the University of Nairobi and other places. But I want
University
to
of Nairobi, take note.
I want to, so here's the scene. You're 10 years old.
Yes.
You're riding on the back of Jage Gakunju's motorbike, coming from rehearsals of Wole Soyinka's A Strong Breed here at the University of Nairobi. I'm not too worried about what your mother thought when you're on the motorbike. I'm more worried about what she thought, that you were coming to the university to perform with all these adults. Just tell us a little about that.
Hello, everyone. When I was 10, my uncle was a student here at the University of Nairobi. He was studying law. And he's my mother's brother, my mother's youngest brother. And he's always had a way of, he's very convincing. He always has had a way of getting all of us in the family to do things that we don't intend to do. So we climbed mountains and we camped under the stars and we've done all sorts of things. So I guess it's in that way that he was that he convinced my mom. I'm not sure what the conversations were, but I've recently heard from another collaborator or director of mine called Mklangabezi Kabundla, who was a refugee here in Kenya, and he said that he accompanied Jage is my uncle, he accompanied him to my mother's petrol station. She had a petrol station on Forest Road. She had a petrol station on Duke Street, which is now Ronangala Street, before she had the one on. Anyway, so she was convinced that I would be safe, and they needed a child for the story, which was a play by Wole Soyinka called A Strong Breed. So he would take me to rehearsals. We actually used to rehearse, I'm not sure where, but I know that we recorded it at KIMC, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, which existed still then, and that was 1972. And then I would get on the back of his bike and we would go home. And I can't remember exactly how many nights we did this, but that is how I started my journey in theater.
So, mentors are important, and I'll come back and ask you about Janet Young. But first I want to talk about this. So you moved from performing Tarantella at the Kenya Music Festival.
You know too much.
Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? You moved from Tarantella to Kigezindoto, A Hook for Dreams. Can you put that for us in the context of that decolonizing journey? And I know you've been on stage. I think I watched you at Phoenix as in Othello. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's something that's shifted there in your career. Let me not put it in words for you because I want you to tell us that story.
How much time do you have? It's not easy to talk about a career that is so long, but I am in the process of writing a book, and so it's a little bit easier for me to pick up on things that have happened because I've been writing this book for quite a while, and I've been thinking about why I did certain things and why I didn't do others. So in primary school, we had something called the Kenya Verse Speaking Competition. And it is in that competition that then became part of the drama festival or the music festival. The drama festival actually started in the 1950s. That we would come on stage, we would learn a piece, and we would recite poetry. Almost always European, but by the time I got to high school, we were doing Okoth, we were doing David Diop, we were doing Minji Karibo, we were doing African pieces, but mostly we were doing European pieces. And when we were growing up, we thought that theater was the proscenium arch. We thought that theater was, we are talking and there's an invisible wall and you as the audience are eavesdropping on a conversation and we can't really see you. You're not there, it's just something that's private. So that's what we thought that theater was. And I want to say something about this chair. It reminded me when I sat down and it moved. I was in a play by Wole Soyinka that's called Lakunle. Which is
Lakunle is
The Lion and the Jewel, yes. And Wakanyote, who was a great actor but very enthusiastic, threw me onto a chair that had wheels, and the chair went flying off stage. And we had to make it work, but wow, that was really scary. And it was at ED2? I think it might have been at ED2. I feel like it was a higher stage, but we didn't often go to the National because the National was a very Mzungu space. You had to be in one of the Mzungu productions, and it was very difficult to get in as anything except maybe background. You didn't get any of the main roles. Not that I even knew that I was going to be an actor. This is all something that I'm doing because I'm enjoying it, because I feel that I'm good at it, I'm being asked to do, but it wasn't ever anything that we thought of as a career, something that you could make money from. So, as my career progressed, I did plays in high school, in primary school, in high school. I did plays at the university. And because of my relationship with Jage Gakunju and his introducing me into this university space, I joined the Nairobi University free traveling theater before I joined the university. So you know that big gap? You know that big gap of time between Form 6, not Form 6, between, is it what? Yeah.
Well, even
between Form 4 and Form 5,
there was a term.
There was a term, and then between Form 6 and coming to the university, there was
8 months. Yeah.
Yes. So during that time, I was doing plays with the likes of John Uganda, the likes of David Rubadiri, Mhlanga Bezi Kabundla, who I've mentioned before. And so the Africanizing was happening, but it was not happening because their plays were very African. We were doing Wole Soyinka, we were doing plays about the liberation of South Africa. But I have to say, I can't really say that I knew that it's almost like it was happening on a subconscious level. So I hadn't started writing my own work, but I wanted to perform. And when I came out of the university, I was performing predominantly with Nairobi City Players, which was very white. And I was performing with Phoenix Players, which had a very white audience, but they were beginning to start organizing the theater. And I didn't want to sip cups of tea with my fingers. I didn't want to sip cups of tea with my fingers, just so and saying, "Isn't it really cold, darling?" And I also didn't want to do theatre that was what I call blanket plays, which is the kind of plays that are from a Kenya Drama Festival model, where you've got cotton wool in your hair to indicate that you're old, and you're walking with a walking stick and you're saying, "My daughter, what have you brought us from America?" I didn't want to do either of those things. So I started, when we would do shows, I would ask audiences if they would write. And we would workshop the shows and we would perform them. But nobody was writing, nobody was bringing us anything. So I started to write. And the way I started to interview people, because I said, I have no idea how to make fiction. So I will interview people, and then I would perform these interviews as if then I transcribe, and I would try to transcribe even his, not only, I would try to transcribe his pauses, the way, his inflections. I would try to transcribe the way that he moved himself, and then I would learn sections of this, and then I would create a performance. And all of the performances would have dance. The reason they would have dance is because I encountered a group from Tanzania called Parapanda. Parapanda Theatre Lab. Wow. They changed my life. They would bring all the instruments onto stage. Remember, I'm coming from a very European sort of tradition where the orchestra is in the hall. You see how at the National Theatre, the orchestra is even called a pit. Yeah. The orchestra is in a hall. Yeah. And the Tanzanians showed me that actually you can bring the musicians onto the stage and make them part of the theatre. So all of the plays that I write always have music, always have dance, and always have narrative. And unlike, or even when we do things in the proscenium style format, we face our audience and we talk to you. We don't pretend that you're not there. So that came from a need also to tell stories. I always say that there's no space for fiction in a world where there's so many stories that are untold. So Kigezi Ndoto was invited by a festival in, when I did the workshop where I wrote my first play, we were all asked, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I want to tour my work." And it just happened. I don't know whether it's magic or whether when you say something, it happens. But a year later or 2 years later, I was invited by a festival in Holland to write a piece about women. And I said, I really don't know anything about women that isn't about other people, about men, about children, about human beings. So I'm going to write about that. Because like I said, I don't write fiction, and I don't know how to make things up. And I need a script. I put together some writing. I wanted to tell the story of African history. I wanted Europeans to know that there's more than what they see in the news. And so I wrote Kigezi Ndoto in English, then hired people who spoke Kiswahili Sanifu to translate that into a drama that we then took to Holland and performed in Kiswahili. And this was because I realized that all the other people who had invited would not be speaking in Dutch or in English, and I was like, why are we going to speak in English? So we put the show on in Kiswahili. And I think that what has happened for me as the time has gone by is I've gone from being very anglicized as somebody who was born in 1962 before independence, and then came to myself through way of going in local schools, but government schools that were very, very European, to having to say that isn't enough, that's not who I want to be, and trying to find myself and trying to, so all of my plays are about dreams, and they are about the dream of being better and being more and accomplishing what is really at the inside of us.
Yeah, great. No, thank you. I'm actually curious, so I'm going to ask a question that is really about numbers, because you've mentioned so many different performances. A ballpark figure, the last 45 years, probably a little more than that if we include your role as a 10-year-old. How many performances have you taken part in? As a number. We've talked about the qualitative, how that has changed from the European tradition to a very African aesthetic, but as a number, really, how many performances have you taken part in?
I'll let you in on the fact that she gave me more Kenya so that I would count the number. So in my life, I've done the verse speaking, I've been in choirs, I've been in drama, theater, dance, workshops, and I counted 160 productions.
I think that needs a clap. Yeah, that's amazing.
And because I said that I wanted to tour,
Yeah.
my work or me have shown in Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, and Australia.
That's, first of all, congratulations. It's really, really food for thought, yeah? You've mentioned Australia. For those of you who don't know, Mombi actually, we're not allowed to talk about film here today because we are in rival spaces. But you did take part in an Australian soap. That was a long time ago, actually, now that I think about it. 1995, yeah. But I'm thinking about your versatility. And I'm thinking about those, 161 performances? 160 productions. So one of the other big parts of theater which we didn't talk about in the earliest, the session before this one, when we talk about the conditions that are necessary for theater to thrive, of course there's the training, yeah, and you've talked a little bit about that. There's the spaces where you've had opportunities. People talked about funding. The one thing we didn't talk about is the critical reception. So 160 performances, what do you do about reviews? And as we think about reviews, which are very much part of building a theater tradition, a theater culture, let's stop for one moment there and remember our beloved Dr. Margareta Wagasheru, who passed on not too long ago. And she did amazing work in just making sure that we always knew what was showing where and who was on stage. But you're an actor, you're on stage, you're a director, your people are on stage, a review has been written. What has been your relationship with critical reviews of your work or work that you're involved in?
I guess in the early days, every newspaper had a theater page or a theater column. And so you, particularly in the 80s, you would rehearse your play, and then when you came to the theater to do the technical rehearsal, that week of technical rehearsal, on the Thursday before opening night, you would have what was called press night. And press night meant that all of the press would come, and some of your friends would come also, and they would watch the show, and then the press would write the review for the Sunday newspaper, which meant that you had opened on Friday and hopefully you had a full house. But even if you didn't, people would read the review on Sunday and make a plan to come and watch your play the following week. So I think that for me, that's the one of the things that's really missing, that sometimes I want to know what a play is about, or I feel that I want my audience to know what my play is about before it's closed. Because often, in my experience, I've had people say, but I didn't manage to come. See, you're going to do it again. And like Katya said earlier, it takes a lot to put on a show. Not least of all, just gathering these people together and having them, their timetables and their calendars align. But in terms of the critiquing, I think also what I've found as time has gone by and now with less and less people, I mean, apart from Margareta, I don't know that anybody else was reviewing theatre, but I know in the there was somebody writing in the East African. I know there were people writing, like I said, in every single newspaper and every single magazine, they have a dedicated person to write about theatre. And I'm not talking about theatre, and there was somebody else to write about the music, somebody else to write about the books, and somebody else to write about film. It wasn't designated to, you know, the person who didn't seem to have much to do. The early days were quite racist. Once we as Africans started to perform on stages that were traditionally European, there'd be the snide remarks of, I can't believe she speaks such English. And I actually do have a review, because another thing that I do is I archive everything. So I have print all my reviews from the beginning of time. We're in the process, I think I should say that here, of digitizing this archive so that it's available for all of you now while I'm here and long after I've gone. There is one review that said, I could listen to Louise, my name was Louise, I could listen to Louise Kaigwa recite the numbers in the telephone directory. But I do think that that play was absolutely not the right one for her to be doing. So, you know, they're slapping you, katwash, as they're... I think that as time has gone on, because there isn't that much journalistic training in how to critique, the critiquing can seem very personal, as opposed to talking about costuming and lighting and the suitability of this play for this time in our history. People will say, Mumbi Kaigwa, blah, 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 or there's a tendency to try and gossip or to minimalize or not do any research into how much work goes into putting a production together. Because what you're seeing here on opening night, even if I don't know my lines, I've been slogging for 6 weeks or more. In the case of Phoenix, you had those of us who were working full-time, and then those who were um, staff members of Phoenix who were paid to be actors. So they would rehearse, all, keep losing everything. They would rehearse all day, every day, and you would be coming for a 2-hour window at 6 o'clock in the evening to rehearse, and try and be ready within 2 weeks or 3 weeks of rehearsal. And so often the Africans weren't ready, it is true, but that's because we had 9 to 5 jobs. And so the critiquing could be a bit cutting because it would be kind of on racial lines rather than on the circumstances of the people who are performing.
Yeah, and that's food for thought as we continue training in institutions like these, like the university and so on, is to really think about how much work we are putting into training critics as well, so that the craft improves, the craft is not lost. Of course, there's a diversity of spaces now to do that reviewing, including those who are live tweeting as the performance is going on. These are forms of criticism as well, but there's a method, and I think we want to emphasize method. I'm going to ask just 2 questions now because we are running out of time. The first one has to do with honors and awards. Do they matter? That's just simple, straightforward. Do you think they matter to the craft?
I think the recognition of my peers is so much more important to me than recognition by government. Having said that, I did receive a very nice Lifetime Achievement Award at the beginning of this year. But one of the things that I know for myself anyway is that I love to look out into the audience and see my friends, to see my family. While my mom was supportive, she didn't come to watch a play of mine until The Voice of a Dream, which was the first play that I wrote. And she actually came with Wangari Maathai, who was her big buddy, and that really felt, so delicious, because they came backstage. Because ordinarily, and this goes to awarding. With theatre, because in my case, a lot of the theatre that I've done, I don't want to shout because then it'll start yelling. With theatre, a lot of the theatre that I've done, I've been the fundraiser, the writer, the director, the costume person. So by the time I finish acting, I come outside and everybody's gone. And it's really nice to find people outside. So those of you who go to theatre, wait for your buddies, wait for the cast. Not all of us want to be hugged and sort of have selfies taken with our audience, but it is really nice when people hang out and maybe take us for a drink and ask us, so what's next, or what was your motivation for doing this particular thing? I think that over time, I feel that award of knowing that people came and that they wanted to talk about it afterwards is much more than the award that you stick on your shelf. I wanted to say mantelpiece, but maybe nobody will know what a mantelpiece is.
Except the dinosaurs.
My age is showing.
As it should.
The mantelpiece is that section of that thing that above a fireplace. You know that shelf above a fireplace is called a mantelpiece. And that's where you lean and smoke your cigars. I really am showing my education.
It's showing. Thank you. So there are awards of various kinds. That's really food for thought as we think about the ecosystem that that we want to build, the environment that we think is necessary for theatre to thrive. I want to ask the last question, but it's in 3 parts. Well, no, before I get there, let me ask about stage fright, because you've acted in so many performances. Does the fear ever go, or put it another way, what's the work of fear and stage fright?
You learn to use it, but I think every single show that I've ever done, every single one, I've stood on opening night and asked myself why I'm doing this. And we've been very, very freaked out. But when you've rehearsed enough, you can use that to fuel the show, to pick up somebody else's lines that maybe they've dropped, to help them. But I don't think there are very many. The thing is about stage fright, I think it's necessary. If you don't have stage fright, then you're not in the right place.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought about how you improve, how fear helps you improve. My last question is in 3 parts. I want to ask you about a rose, a bud, and a thorn. And I think now that you're reflecting and writing your memoir, what's been the rose in your career? The moment of bloom, what's that wonderful thing that gives you joy about your career? What's been the rose? What's the thing that you're still working on? It's a bud, yeah? So what's the thing that because you're still very much a part of theatre. I watched you in Country Queen and I was so excited that you were there. Oh, sorry, we're not going to talk about film. But intergenerational dialogues, what was there for me was seeing Oliver Litondo all the way to Blessing Lungaho, and, amazing. Maybe one day you'll tell us how that felt. But so there's the rose, there's the bud, and then there's the thorn. What's been the most painful part of your career as a theatre practitioner, recognizing, of course, that as a practitioner, you've done it all. You've written, you've been on stage performing, you've directed. So it can come from any one of those places. What's the rose? What's the bud? What's the thorn?
I don't understand when you say the thorn.
The most painful, like even when you recall it, what's the ugliest, most challenging?
Oh God, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Right.
so, yeah.
So the rose would be, I think I have 2 roses. One is when they awarded me with this Lifetime Achievement Award, which made me very happy. I felt as if I had put a load down on the floor. It's really interesting because I've just said that it's not important, but it is, because we must celebrate our people while they're here. I really feel that we don't do enough of that. That we will come to the funeral and talk all the things about how this person changed your life, or how this once, I didn't know her, but when she did something, it changed me. So the roses, they may be 65. The roses have been when people have walked up to me, and even though I know that I performed that particular show for 8 people, because publicity, let me tell you, oh my God, that'll be the thorn. You come out on stage and you worked your head off and you think you've done the publicity, and there's 8 people. And then 15 years later, somebody walks up to you, as they did on this particular day, and they say, I saw that show, and man, I remember every single moment of it, and it changed my life. I've had that happen 3, 4, maybe 5 times in my career. So tell people how you feel, really. The other rose is that my daughter is a musician, and it gives me great joy to support her in a way that I know that her fellow musicians in her band are not supported. So I go and watch everything she does. I'm that audience member who's just never going to stop going to the concerts. And that's what I mean about celebrating people while they're here. Because young people pass too, you know? Did I get too morbid?
No, that's okay.
Then the
The
but,
thing you're still working on.
the thing that I'm still working on is, I'm not sure. I think it's all of it. I definitely, every day is a different day. So right now I'm working on my archive. Right now I'm working on hopefully hosting people to come and be in a residency with me, or live in my space and have the freedom and have me cook for them. So just creating spaces where more work can happen. So when I was saying about the theatre awards, I discovered that while I had thought that everybody had gone into film and there was nobody left in theatre, there were over 300 performances that were being awarded that same night. That made me really happy. So that was a big rose. It's not a personal one. It's like a more, like, it's everyone. Let's do all of this thing, because theatre is delicious. The thorn is, I did a play called Wit. Wit is by Margaret Edson. Margaret Edson worked in a cancer hospice, is a third grade teacher in America, had never written a play, wrote a play called Wit. And Wit is about a woman who's dying of ovarian cancer. And it's a performance for a 50-year-old. So the year I turned 50, I did this play. No cotton wool was necessary. I was playing, very rarely do you get a part where you can be your age in the performance that you're doing. And I did this play in honor of Wangari Maathai. It was 2012. Wangari Maathai had passed away the year before of ovarian cancer. And I said this is what I was doing, and I was also going to raise money for the Nairobi Hospice, who look after people in terminal stages of illness. They're near Kenyatta Hospital. And 15 people came to see the show. It was 6 nights. It was the hardest work I'd ever done. I cut my dreadlocks because she comes out on stage and she says, I have metastatic ovarian cancer and you are going to watch me die. And throughout the 2 hours of the play, you watch her pass away. And she goes through a whole lot of, you see her as a child, you see her, it's pretty much a one-woman piece, but with like supporting actors. So there's some doctors and hospital staff, there's students that she teaches, she's an English professor. And the reason why the play is called Wit is because she has a PhD in this particular poet called John Donne, who deals in semicolons. So the kind of pause that a semicolon gives you in a speech rather than a full stop or a comma. So I learnt this thing, gave my heart, and when you come out on stage for the first opening of the play, you face the audience. Another thing that I really liked about the play, that you're talking to the audience. And I could count how many people were in the room. And that didn't hurt me. Well, all of it hurt me. The fact that we had worked so hard, the fact that we had a promise from the journalists, from a very large conglomerate that said, give us the exclusive. And we went to them in July. You've come so early. Nobody ever comes early. So this is great. Give us the exclusive. We'll do all your publicity. We'll do all your radio. We'll do all of your television. We'll do all of your print media. And we'll probably buy tickets for all of the staff. And then towards September, because I was producing and I had a young woman directing, I went as producer to carry on with the deal, and the deal had fallen through because they just wouldn't pick up my phone. They just wouldn't take my calls. So we had no publicity because we'd given them this exclusive thing. And it was 2012, so there wasn't Twitter, there wasn't Instagram, there wasn't Facebook, there wasn't any of these things. And then, because method acting is a thing, and I'm coming out on stage every day and I'm dying, I ended up in hospital. They couldn't find out what was wrong with me, but I was unwell. I was in hospital for 5 days, Aga Khan. I was looked after by the woman who had discovered Wangari Maathai's cancer. And I just kept thinking, I must be dying. It must be the thing that's happening. I came out, she did all the tests, and she put pipes down my esophagus into my stomach. Couldn't find anything, but I was unwell. And so that whole collection of it, you can take your craft so seriously and so deeply that you don't look after yourself. And so I think that would be the thorn. And so I've always been very careful now not to take myself or the craft so seriously.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Mumbi. I mean, we could talk until tomorrow, and I'm going to ask you about lunch because I'm now at that age also where, memory is not a tape recorder, so I'm not sure about some of the things I remember, but I seem to remember seeing you on stage at Allianz 1983 or 82. Jackie was there, your brothers were there. Was there ever such a play, or did I imagine it? We'll talk about that. But listen, Mumbi has given her life to theater. This is not an exaggeration. That last anecdote she told about wit demonstrates it better than I ever could. How much life you've put into theater practice in Kenya. I want you to go away, if you go away with nothing else, please go away with the fact that Mumbi has this amazing collection of programs, plays, things she's watched ever since she was a little girl. She's currently digitizing and archiving them. If you're doing research, if you're wondering about the journey of Kenyan theater, this is an amazing resource. Thank you, Mumbi, for doing that. Thank you also for the part that you've played in this wonderful journey of Kenyan theater, which continues. She's still doing this work. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You have a last word, or shall we give you the applause that you deserve?
I said it's not over.
It's not over. It's not over. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mondi, really. Thank you so much. And do read her essay in Jahazi, the theater issue. It's a very, very good essay. Lovely, lovely essay. Let's give it up to her again.
She weeps. A lot. She weeps a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And we didn't talk about film because she's also on Netflix, huh? Yeah, so just check her out. Yes, she's just absolutely amazing, a great gift to the arts. And I'm still surprised that our university students, I mean, you should be writing your dissertations about our people, okay? Yeah, you should be writing your thesis about our people. You go deep into their history, and so on. And I really hope that one day we can have theses about people who have really been on stage. Now, this is what we shall do. We'll take 45 minutes lunch. Lunch is provided, it's paid for by Taweza Communications, guys. So as you walk out, you will have a ticket and we'll have lunch. Then we'll be back at 2:15. At 2:15, we will organize ourselves into more deeper conversation in groups and so forth and so on. So let's have lunch. Let's be back at 2:15 and then we'll have the other session. Okay, guys? Yeah. Asanteni sana.
I'm
that's farm.
Exchange